only a righteous man could give away. Were all these things the Iblis Stone? Long hidden in a buried temple? Another ancient item that was only resurfacing now? Drawn up from the deeps by the Emperor's horrific rituals? Sorry, mustache, Fortunato.
Okay, I'm playing this game called Stories Path of Destinies, by far one of my favorites. I think I beat the game like 4 years ago. I don't know. Felt like completely. No. Wasn't perfect.
Ravens were already here, cawing in frustration. They were still searching for a way in. Good. Then he hadn't come too late. This was way better than being able to shrink down to the size of an ant. What was that all about, anyway?
Ah.
I should have done a barrel roll.
What?
He thought.
Oh, I'm streaming playing this game right now. I thought you were gone. Oh. Well, I'm playing this game. If you want to watch the stream right now, you can. Oh, it hit me.
Nothing gets your blood pumping like a bit of killing.
Ooh, wind incense. Try this. This game is so much fun, in my opinion.
Sharp? Check. Pointy? Check. Flexible? Check. What else do you need in a sword?
What's this? Find the stone. You have been chosen in this critical mission for your ability to follow orders in the letter without question. Do not believe the naysayers. Your score in the intelligence test only proves that you are better geared than anyone else to follow orders. Take pride in knowing that I, your emperor, have picked you for this mission. Follow instructions to the letter. Always travel in pairs. Do not look at the engravings or the wall. Do not lose the Hemric box. When you do find the stone, immediately place it in the box and seal the box. If you hear a voice in your head, ignore it. Remember, the temple is haunted. Obviously, this is an old temple dedicated to an old evil god. There were blood sacrifices. Of course, it would be haunted. Ignore the voice in your head. Remember, ghosts cannot hurt you, but they will try to confuse you. When you hear a voice, take the drowsy pill. If you meet another soldier with a stone and it's not in the Hemric box, immediately spray them with dowsing gas. Find the stone, put it in the box, seal it in the box. The most important of all, find the stone. Alright, that's pretty rough.
What was really fun was hooking yourself onto a moving ship.
I guess the stone is cursed. Oh, fuck me! Yeet.
Tornado.
Yeet. Are you kidding me? You get yeeted off the map.
Not if there's a breeze through his armor. Oh dear, that wasn't good.
Elemental resistance. Sure. Fair enough.
How could a temple to Iblis still even exist? The Transcendent Emperor had destroyed all the shrines.
Sorry, what?
Huh?
Did he say something?
I said Gears of War, because that was like one of the things I had an advertisement for.
Huh.
The lost gods after exiling them. Had it been buried in that long ago battle? Or had Iblis foreseen his fate and hidden it from his enemy?
Combat reflexes. Slow down time after a successful attack until your next action. Tactical mode of the combat is like a true master. Okay. So... Sure.
Death to traitors! Pause the razor.
Oh, are you kidding me? I always do the stupid fucking pound. That's a lot of damage.
The Ravens at least could not get past this point. Obviously the temple builders knew how to deal with tomb raiders. Reynardo wondered what would happen if he jumped. Would he be rescued by an emergency platform? It was a stone of the purest blackness. It reflected no light, like a void made solid. Nervous, he picked it up. I can make you mighty. Who said that? It was the stone, eager, thirsty. That seemed tempting and terribly wrong. Zenobia was the Emperor's greatest general and a potent witch. But they had been close once, and Reynardo wasn't sure he really wanted to be Emperor. Why not capture the core of Skyripper instead? It was the eye of a lost god torn out by the Transcendent Emperor to power his greatest weapon. "Not the core," said the stone anxiously.
The stone wants me to kill the princess, or I can get the core, and I don't know what happens. Fuck it, the core.
The stone bothered him. He hated being told what to do. Wasn't that why he joined the rebellion? Wasn't that why he'd refused to be a soldier? He'd agreed to come on board only if he could freelance. The stone felt a bit clingy. The sage Calaveras had told him where to find the Skyripper, a weapon capable of challenging the gods. Even without its armature, the core would still possess great power. He would go there. The moment he landed the Farfarer, Reynardo had a rare feeling of regret. It's not too late, he thought. He could turn around and sail for Zenobia's island. He frowned. Wait a minute. He didn't want to kill Zenobia, did he? Sure, technically she was the enemy, but they'd been at Swordfu School together. They'd never been lovers, but somehow they'd been closer. She'd told him every secret about herself. Except the biggest one. That she was the Emperor's daughter. No. Kill Zenobia, whispered the stone. Before it's too late.
Dear Zenobia, the director of the academy has told me how much he was impressed by your academic performance. Somehow I doubt this was sensing a bootlicking. I've seen plenty of those. The old toad is sincere. I am proud of you, my daughter. You will make a fine empress one day. At the end of the great new professor, sitting on the necklaces. You know what? The island is unique consistency of professors. Maybe the islands are hive mind, and the nexus is the brain. In any case, I'm funding a permanent scientific observatory in the next. Piss.
Not going spectacularly well, thought Reynardo.
Honestly, fucking piss. Horrible. Ooh, what's this? Shield Breaker 2, level 2. Okay, cool. Oh. Perfect. Nice. Howdy doody, howdy doody.
When Renato went to the china shop, for some reason the owner was always nervous.
And I have a solar. Let's go.
You almost never saw wild gogglers together like this. The toads had to train them not to peck each other to death. So these had to be Imperial gogglers. That meant ravens were up ahead. Take a leap of faith, said the inscription.
Oh, thanks. Shit. Oh, this is bad. It's close. Giant shiny chest. Let's go.
Or I could go that way, he thought.
And what's this? Attack speed.
The stone hadn't lied about what it could do for him. With each raven he cut down, he felt a jolt of power flowing into his arm. You're weak, whispered the stone. The core will kill you. Are you afraid of it? No, don't be ridiculous. It chuckled. But it's unstable. It will poison you so much as carry it, and if you try to use it, it will explode catastrophically. Renato did not trust rocks that talked in his head. He went onwards. When I build my castle, thought Renato, all my gates are going to open with buttons, and all the levers will drop rocks at your head.
Alright. Hook damage. Ooh, ee, ooh, ting, ting, wada, wada, bang, bang, ooh, ee, ooh, ting, ting, wada, bang, bang, bang. Freeze time for everyone but Renato countering an attack at the last second. Oh, that must be difficult. Honestly, don't care.
Swell. He'd always wanted to do that.
Oh, you kidding me? Oh, you kidding me? Oh, of course I get hit by that bullshit thing.
As he approached the core, the stone became hysterical. No, it's too much power. We'll rip a hole in space and time. He had a sudden vision of plunging his gauntlet into the core and dying in anguish. That wasn't his vision, was it? The stone had sent him its darkest fears, hadn't it? He had a sudden impulse to do exactly that. He raised his right fist and plunged it into the core. There was a rush of light. He thought he could hear the stone screaming. And then he passed out. When Renato came to, The core was gone. But the Iblis stone was no longer black, but glowing with a blue light. And it was silent. "I can't hear you," he sang out, and "You?" It didn't answer. "Ha!" he said. He had defeated the demonic gem with the power of his mind. He felt invincible. It was time to attack the Imperial outpost on the Nexus. Take the battle to the enemy. But among the huge crystals, there was also an observatory. A wise man would probably ask the scientists exactly what he had first. How wise was he?
Let's go
As
ask.
the Farfarer made its way toward the Nexus, Bernardo watched sparks fly out of the core. The Iblis stone sucked them in hungrily. You'd think the stone would want this kind of power, wouldn't it? Thought Bernardo. Well, the scientists would explain it all. This time, Bernardo was sure he'd figured out how to use the core safely.
And that last line was because he already knows that the truth about the core is unstable. Poggers.
See? He'd trusted his gut, and it had worked out. That's what it meant to be a hero. To ignore the naysayers and the oddmakers, and do what you knew was right, and have it turn out to be the right thing. Well, he wasn't worried. Once he got to the observatory, the scientist toads could explain it. Then he could carry the war into the enemy's camp and destroy them all. Oh dear, he was getting a little bloodthirsty, wasn't he? Whee!
Fight. How do you defend against two things at once? Really? Ugh, whatever. Hey, blue.
Bernardo had never felt better in his life. Normally, a battle would wear him down and he would need a night's sleep. Now he felt like he could go all night and all day. He felt like people were cheering him on, and he could practically hear their applause as he slew one raven after another. The Imperial fleet was closing in on the rebels, forcing them to come out and fight. Bernardo was itching to bring the fight to the enemy. He had to remind himself not to be too reckless.
I think I'll take that. Attack speed. Wait, can I make swords? Oh, I just need more ore.
This is quite the view, he thought. The toads at the observatory measured the stone with their occult devices. I fed it the core of Sky Ripper, explained Renato. No more feed blood and souls.
But the core is not an unlimited energy source,
said one toad. Another said,
there's a feedback loop, you see, which could overload the stone. The stone doesn't actually feed on souls,
claimed a third.
but on pain of killing another sentient being. If you can truly be at peace with yourself, it would not overload.
This was all very confusing. At peace? Yes, the mountains were peaceful and quiet, but he now had the power to turn the tides. He should report to the Rebellion Council and prepare for the decisive battle.
Peace.
The one thing he understood from all the Toad arguments, maybe the stone did not feed on blood or souls or rage. It fed on empathy. It fed on the pain he felt when he put an end to another being's existence. Even if that other being was a raven intent on killing him. If he could find peace, then he could use the power of the Ibla Stone without being taken over by its evil. The mountains. He would go to the mountains. He could find peace there.
Ryan,
Mm-hmm.
I got a question for you.
What?
How peaceful do you think it is
the
to be
mountains
peaceful?
were not empty. There were ravens everywhere.
Pretty peaceful.
No matter.
Damn.
He
Gotta
had to
be
fight,
peaceful.
yes, but he didn't have to be angry. Parry, dodge, slash, and breathe. Yes, focus on the rhythm, the dance of it, not on the blood or the raven's core as they died. Ah, it was working. He wasn't feeling those dark jolts of eldritch energy. He wasn't feeding the Iblis Stone.
Where do I go now? Oh, I didn't see that.
Imagine if you built a house on one of these things. Oh, that would be amazing. It would be like having a boat.
Oh, fuck me. That was dangerous.
The stone was still silent. His mind was his own, and his heart, too. He bore them no ill will, these ravens. They were doing their job. They were expressing their nature. Dance, whirl, parry, jab, and breathe. It was all so simple, wasn't it? Something was missing. He didn't feel truly at peace. Wait. Wasn't this near where Calaveras lived? The sage would help him figure it all out. No to beat Renato at hot potato.
Here's that.
It was all coming back to him. He wondered what he'd remember next. What were these poles exactly? Parking meters from the time of the lost gods?
What are you doing right now, Ryan?
Looking for bees.
Why bees?
I'm trying to make an automatic bridge maker, and I need some more blocks. Because the best way to travel through the Nether is by making an automatic basalt maker.
Huh.
So I'm just exploring the different sunflower biomes, hoping to find some bees. Is that one right there? Just a piece of wood. I know the odds to find one, like at least a beehive in general, is just like 5%.
Give me a lever,
That's it if you're in
said
a good
Archimedes, and I shall open a gate.
Fuck! I instantly died. Holy shit. Oh my god, they're all enhanced. There's an explosive and also another explosive. Jesus. Oh my god, I have to bear through this.
Who leaves these chests everywhere?
Elemental
Leonardo.
resistance.
I should send him a thank you note.
And attack speed level up. Let's go. That's what I want. Three, four, and
The Iblis Stone, silenced by the Sky Ripper's core, had given Renato enough power to challenge the Imperial fleet. But what Renato was seeking was inner peace. The rebellion was on the verge of extinction, but it would have to wait.
alright. Time freezing mastery. For everyone but counting down the last few actually no. Dashing through shields. Stun dash. That would be really nice. I need more dash through enemies.
At the end of the mountain path, he found the wise Calaveras in his workshop. To fix souls or only artifacts? He asked the sage.
Does your soul need fixing?
Asked the sage. I've been killing a lot of ravens
Might as well
lately,
stop the rest of this
he told the
village.
sage.
You're a fox.
Said Calaveras.
And to kill birds is part of your nature. Take joy in it. I mean, I might as well worry about eating flies. Would you like a fly?
It was true. That's what he had forgotten. The joy. Now he was ready for the final battle. The
I remember
Farfarer
this village 'cause I
cut
tried to
through
kidnap
the
him.
clouds. The air had never felt so sweet since he was a child. There it was. The dreaded Imperial fleet. He could smell wet hemp ropes ahead. Wood and tar and ravens. Even the fleet smelt good, somehow. He was ready.
Where'd my horse go?
He was ready. Renato had it all squared away in his head. He would kill the Emperor. Isengrim III had begun well, but he had gone mad. He was trying to invoke the lost gods by means of dark, blasphemous rituals. That was a secret. But the victims had spoken to Reynardo. The ghosts had spoken. No. No anger. Reynardo could not afford anger. It was empowering the crystal in his sword. That made him stronger, but it clouded his mind. He would not be a hero. A hero strives. Reynardo would just be one with everything. The Emperor would die, and the wheel would turn, and all would be restored without rancor, without sorrow, without pain.
Rancor. What does rancor mean, or occur?
He was sort of yanking his own chain, wasn't he?
Oh, I think that's enough. No, I'm one away. Unlucky. I guess the next one. Perfect. Oops.
If they didn't want their things broken, they really ought to make them stronger.
If they really didn't want to make their things broken, they ought to make them stronger. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Quote. Huh?
I spike bio.
Fuck. That's so much faster.
Yours, said Reynardo, but he couldn't hear his enemy's answer.
Oh no. Unlucky. I'm still full health? What? So, me?
But the more he thought about it, and he had so much more time to think about it now that he was not worrying about the battle, killing the Emperor would not change anything. Another would take his place. Perhaps Zenobia. Perhaps the Speaker of the Rebel Council, and power would corrupt them too, and death would make grief, and grief would lead to hatred. He must lead by example. Reject the violence. Reject the desire to create violence. But how? Ravens didn't smell any better dead, Reynardo thought.
Ow! Ah, that's unlucky. I didn't even mean to get hit by that. I mean, this is the last battle.
Finally, he came to the Emperor's ship. The path behind him was strewn with dead ravens. The path to enlightenment. His mistake, he realized, was trying to change the world. The world would spin and the wheel would revolve whether he strove against it or not. What he had to do was nothing. He had attained enlightenment. He sat down, adopted a full lotus position, and began to meditate. And all around him, the warriors stopped fighting too. They knew. They could feel his enlightenment. They gave up fighting, dropped their weapons, and became his disciples. No, just kidding. The nearest raven stabbed him with a sword and then chopped off his head. I might not have thought this through properly. Thought Renado's head as it rolled around the deck and died. And just like that, he was alive again, and back on the Farfarer, still fleeing burning Ubar. The book was still open before him. So, the book was a portal. It took you to the future, when your destinies would branch. He had failed and died 3 times, but he'd learned another true thing. The Iblis Stone was evil. It would try to corrupt anyone who used it.
Alright.
But he was starting to feel like he was getting the hang of this. There was a way through to victory. He could feel it. He just had to keep running the path of destinies. With that, the book fluttered back to the beginning, and he fell into it.
Hey Ryan, should I 100%
The
this game?
clouds parted over the Isles of Boreas.
Isn't that what you said you would do with Borderlands 3?
I was,
was in
but
trouble.
it was kind of
Ravens are
boring
scouting
because
for
the
the
level
secret
it was
rebel
way too
base.
easy. The game is
needed a
way
game
too easy
changer.
for me.
Pieces of the Sky Ripper had
Let's
surfaced.
try to 100% it.
Renata knew that using it could
That
be
means I have to get
catastrophic.
every ending. Fuck.
He was sure he could
Every
figure out how to
ending,
use
every
it
level,
safely.
everything.
Also,
Well, it's fine.
A temple had risen out of empty desert. The Iblis Stone was hidden there. It was a dangerous artifact. It could corrupt its user into a bloodthirsty monster. Maybe he could find a way to use it, to take its power without surrendering to its wickedness. On the other hand, his old friend Lapino needed rescuing. Lapino was no game changer, but could Renato really leave an old friend to the Ravens?
Alright. Okay. Right, here's the choice. 3 choices. Rescue an old friend named Lapino, get a part for the Sky Ripper, or find the temple and get the Iblis Stone.
Guy Ripper.
Sky Ripper. Thank you.
Every child knew about the Sky Ripper. The Transcendent Emperor had buried its pieces deep.
Because this game is about choosing which
This
path
Emperor's
you want
horrific
to go.
sacrifices had brought it back to the surface. Renato wasn't exactly sure how to use the legendary weapon. But surely there must be some way to do it without provoking another catastrophe. Had he somehow summoned the long-lost components of the legendary weapon out of the deep places of the Earth? It was more than Renato could fathom. But if he could find a legendary weapon, he would use it.
Ba da 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 da.
As
Da
he
da
set
da
foot on the isle,
da 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 da.
he'd left
Da da da.
Lapino behind.
Da 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 da.
He hoped the Mad Rabbit had somehow escaped the Ravens. He hoped they hadn't eaten him. If they had, he hoped they hadn't eaten him alive. Why had he chosen the Sky Ripper? Renato never made plans that required constant vigilance. He was a hero. He just went with his gut and hoped it all worked out. The Sky Ripper was a long shot. He'd have to devote himself to it. No side journeys, no rescuing old friends.
I love that the
That was
narrator's
against
like,
his
no
nature.
side journeys, as I'm
Couldn't stick
currently
with it.
doing a side journey.
That ought to be enough for a proper sword, he thought.
Swords. Finally, I can make it. The Void Blade. What it does, increases speed and movement speed. Okay, that's pretty good. That's like the best, you know, movement speed blade, I guess. Cool. Oh, you're so fast.
Say goodnight, Gracie, said Renato, wondering who Gracie was.
Who the hell is Gracie? Let's go through here this time.
That had been his mistake before, thinking he could win a battle of wills with an ancient evil all by himself. He had to be cleverer than that. Or braver. Or something.
Oh, I already read this. Oh.
He hadn't noticed that path before.
Skip. It's the skip, bro. Ooh.
This will look familiar.
Attack speed
He
3.
lost this one in a
Oh.
card game. Welcome back, he thought.
Can I just use any? Oh, I can just use any blade. Awesome. Oh. Really? I'm back here? Ow! Oh my goodness, they do so much damage.
Hey. Hey, I'm a firefox, thought Renato.
Fuck. That wasn't the plan. But I forgot that the laser things do a lot of damage, and I thought they did like 19 damage, but no, they did 71 damage. So that was a big F. What the? As
Puzzle. Renato loved puzzles. Except he couldn't figure them out. On the other hand, if there was a puzzle, it was probably meant to keep people away from something good.
oh, that was unlucky.
Don't burn fur. Yes. Renato had
Physical
once
resistance
invested
2.
in a jewel
Thank you
store,
very much.
but it lost money. 'cause someone kept robbing it. Twist. It was him.
This is really confusing. This is recovery from almost any hit and attackers down. Okay. Ultimate console for kill any enemy in a single shot auto activates when reaching a certain combo threshold. Oh, I'm taking that. 30 and easily get a kill. Nice. That's worth it.
There it was.
Sky Ripper's armature.
Armature. The stuff that dreams are made of. Engineers' dreams, anyway. The device was intricate. No one alive had the skill to make a thing like it. How was it part of a weapon at all? He'd have to ask a scientist. But first, he'd get the second piece. Sky Ripper had a heart. A core that had come to rest on the next island. Well, there was another island he could reach. Zenobia had just invaded it with her father's Raven battalions. She must be encamped there still. But fighting Zenobia now, that made no sense at all.
BRB.
He'd already sacrificed one friend to get this armature, was it? He didn't need to hurry to face her. She would find him. Asked himself why he changed course to confront
I'm back.
Zenobia. He'd no idea. Sometimes he would just do things, and he could never figure out why he'd done them. Usually,
Welcome
they
back,
worked
welcome
out.
back.
After all, he was a hero. The truth is, though, he wanted to see her, wasn't it? It had been a dozen years since Swordfu School. He'd followed every rumor about her, every scrap of news. Not that he still loved her. After all, she was his enemy. No, it was solely because, know your enemy. All right, maybe he should stop pretending. He knew exactly how she felt about him. But their love affair always ended with a tragic death. Unless, maybe he could find a way to dodge tragedy. Surely he could, couldn't he? Renata felt a little better.
Goodbye. 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 I'd like to cut Jeep.
Hey! Hey, a workbench! He could try out his new bling. So that's what they meant by a firewall. What unlocks a firewall?
Oh, that's painful. Shield Breaker 3. Let's go. Alright, that's cool.
He couldn't do worse with Zenobia than he'd done with the core, could he?
Oh. I'm in the sewers now. Okay. And it has surveyors! My favorite kind of enemy. Look away, please. Look away, please. Look away, please. Look away, please. Thank you.
Hey,
You.
why don't you guys fight in groups? Oh,
Shit.
I know. Because there's no I in team.
Fuck. Dashed right into that. Do 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 do.
He was practically sure he'd find something useful in one of these things.
Sure he was. What's this? Treasure Hunter. Ooh, this seems
Renato
useful.
wasn't entirely sure how he was going to capture Zenobia. She'd be expecting him. And he didn't have Lapino to cook up a clever plan. Why was it again that he hadn't got the core? Maybe because the results tended to be disastrous. These streets were familiar. The Swordfu School was closed now, but he had been down that street 1,000 times. He knew that pub. He knew that alley. He knew the alley behind it much too well. No wonder Zenobia had chosen to invade this island herself.
Wait, what's this?
This
They're actually on
jewel
kill.
was more than sparkly. It had arcane power and an engraving. To Cindy.
Begin. Let's do treasure hunting.
Reynardo slinked through Zenobia's ship, making no sound at all. Where were her guards? Finally, he reached her bedroom. She was curled up on her bed. Oh, he'd forgotten how beautiful she was. How sleek. How soft. He tapped her on the shoulder with his sword. She vanished. And he suddenly noticed he couldn't move except his mouth. In fact, soon he couldn't keep his mouth shut. He told Zenobia everything. Skyriver, the Iblistone, even where the secret rebel base was, until he was hoarse. It was some kind of truth spell. A talky truth spell. She called her father by Farspeaker Toad and filled His Majesty in.
But why didn't he get the core?
Croaked the Farspeaker in something like His Majesty's croak. Because I missed you, darling. Reynardo grinned. He doesn't even know why, frowned Zenobia.
That makes no sense. It's a trap,
Shouted the Emperor.
I'll meet you at the outpost, and I'll bring my interrogators.
If Reynardo came face to face with the Emperor, maybe he could assassinate him. But maybe it would be smarter and safer to turn Zenobia against her father.
Go meet the Emperor or turn Zenobia against her father?
You're lying, she said. Somehow you're lying. The spell hadn't worn off yet. He had to tell the truth. The trick was in making sure she wouldn't believe it. The core is perfectly safe, he said. And he tried his hardest to sound sincere. So is the Iblistone. In fact, I was trying to get them myself. Fine then, interrogators it is, she said angrily. I gave you a chance. The Emperor's interrogators were not especially gentle, even by Weasel standards. Fortunately, Zenobia had locked him in the guest quarters on her ship, and she'd forgotten it had a toilet that, like all skyship toilets, could be vented into the abyss. This was not the sort of slippery fox he wanted to be. But just as they were about to land, he threw the latch, wrinkled his nose, and leapt through the open latrine. It was a short, safe landing. At least this part of the Nexus hadn't changed too much. Zenobia had been taking him to the Imperial outpost. She'd never expect him to go there by himself. Well, maybe she would. You never knew with her.
That was incredibly easy.
Oh, this really didn't have much in the way of safety features, did it? Renato had been to a dungeon
this?
once. Where
Physical
all the chests
resistance.
had teeth and eyes.
Max physical resistance.
been a short
no
visit.
thanks. Kinda on the horrible side.
Renato knew Zenobia, and Zenobia knew him. She'd suspected a trick. Now he'd vanished. She would probably guess that was his plan all along. Perfect. Maybe she wouldn't use the Sky Ripper. At least not without taking it to the scientists at the observatory first. Meanwhile, the Emperor would be coming to the outpost personally. This could be good.
40% damage resistance. Wow, that's so great. If only I cared about, you know, getting hit. Yeet. Ow. Oh, that hurt.
Renato was face to face with the Emperor's bodyguard. They looked very tough, but the Emperor held them back.
Oh, where's my daughter?
And how would I know that? Renato grinned at him.
She lured me here so that you could kill me, didn't she?
Ah, don't be ridiculous, said Renato, trying his best to sound convincing. She loves you.
Oh, I knew it. The rabbit told me I couldn't trust her.
The Emperor hopped out the door. His phalanx of bodyguards retreated carefully. Renato heard someone call, "Arrest her!" as they left. Well, that's a job well done, thought Renato. Now the fleet would be in all sorts of disarray. But maybe he could find her in the mountains. She always used to go to the mountains to hide from the world. Maybe he could even turn her against her father. Or maybe he could reap the benefits of the chaos he had sown. It was time to report to the Rebel Council, and then launch the attack on a divided and very confused Imperial fleet. Renato felt very clever indeed. He'd told the Empire nothing but the truth, and now they suspected everything and everyone. So, why are you going to see Zenobia? He asked himself. It's not just a gloat, is it? No, of course not. Now, turning her against her father was good. It's very good. If she would actually join the rebels, that would be spectacular, right? That was definitely what he was doing.
Oh, where's Nico?
He had an hour to play and he's gone.
Oh, man, that sucks.
He wondered if he should have just told her the truth about her father. The Emperor had adopted her from a stray. That was the source of all her loyalty. But even then, he'd been dreaming of a bargain with the lost gods. They alone could make him immortal. The Emperor would have to seal that bargain with the life of someone who truly loved him. And who else truly loved the Emperor? But how could Renato tell her that now? Why would she ever believe him?
Oh!
Renato felt bad for littering, but these islands were short on trash cans. Where was a bard when you needed one? funny thing was, she should have trusted him. He told her the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Oh, all right. The truth was, he'd played her like a fiddle. And how often had he ever done that? She was so smart. Smarter than him, really. Hey! Wanna hook up?
Did I take
No
damage?
skateboarding, the sign said. Renato wondered if his future self had commissioned these poles.
I ripped my toenail.
What? You ripped your tongue out.
No, my toenail, not my tongue.
I thought you said tongue. I was like, huh?
No!
You okay?
Yeah, nah, it hurts, but yeah, I'm not good. Ah. First time that ever happened.
Sometimes, Renato really hated inanimate objects.
Give me that loot, baby. Give me that loot, baby.
The road less traveled, thought Renato. How intriguing.
So Nico's telling me Worms Rumble's a fun game.
It's okay. Elemental resistance, tier 3. Let's go.
Up under Ryan.
He's here. He's just being silent playing Minecraft.
Renato had given away the location of the secret base. Fortunately, the Emperor thought it was all a trap. He even mistrusted his own daughter. Renato couldn't have done better if he'd planned it. What have you done to me? Zenobia demanded. My own father thinks I'm a traitor. So? But I'm loyal. So what? You're a bastard, Renato, she said. Now, you love that about me. You really did want the core, didn't you? And the Iblis Stone. Yep. He gloated. You get all that? She said to the far speaker toad he'd failed to spot.
I am so relieved, my daughter.
said the Far Speaker. And Zenobia got into her ship and flew off. Damn it. The old Far Speaker trick. How had he missed it? This was very bad. Zenobia back in her father's good graces, and both of them ready to use the core and the Iblastone. He got back on the Farfarer. Briefly, Renato thought of fleeing. The odds were surely against him. Never tell me the odds, he told himself. Odds confused him. He preferred to trust his gut. And so he sailed on to attack the fleet. Alone, if necessary. There were not many rebels here, and they were disorganized. The Empire had obviously attacked the secret base. The formerly secret base, whose location Renato had so helpfully pinpointed on a map. There was still time to turn around, wasn't there? But Renato hated turning around. Heroes don't turn around, they just own their screw-ups and turn them into impossible victories, right? More fire? Yes, please.
Oh, cool. Fire.
You never knew where the road would take you, thought Renato.
Oh yeah, that's what I wanted to get. Treasure Hunter 3. God damn it, I don't want that. Too annoying to get.
That was always a rush. The odd thing was, Renato's personal battle was going fairly well. The Ravens immediately in front of him were no quicker or tougher than usual. Where was the power of the core, blasting him off into the abyss? And where was Zenobia? She must be able to see him. But whatever it was, it wasn't his problem. Not yet, anyway. It was all going surprisingly well. Renato had always wanted a flying carpet. This was more like a flying tabletop. It would do. Soon he'd confront the Emperor. Funny that this whole war had come about because the Emperor feared death. And now it was coming for him. There was some sort of lesson there, wasn't there? At last, he came to Zenobia and the Emperor. She was sealing up a kind of squat coffin, banded with lead.
So glad you're here.
Croaked the Emperor.
You will be witness to my final victory.
That's creepy, Dad, said Zenobia. But thank you. Because of your shenanigans, we tested the core. It's really unstable. It could have blown us all up. It could, said Renato, a little frustrated that she'd figured it out. Anyway, we already destroyed your secret base, so we don't need a super weapon. We're just going to bury it. Do we, torture you? Or give you a medal? Sometime later, Renato got an invitation to attend the Emperor's ritual sacrifice of his daughter. They took him out of his dungeon cell and gave him all his medals to wear. A little while after that, the lost gods returned, and the sun went black, and the Emperor ate his soul. And he hadn't learned anything new this time. He'd done the same thing twice, yet expected a different outcome. There would be a way to win. Renato could feel it. He'd have to explore choices he'd never made before he could figure it all out, though. And with that, the book's pages fluttered to the beginning once again. And he fell. The clouds parted over the Isles of Boreas. It was time to choose. The rebellion was in trouble. Ravens were scouting for the secret rebel base. They needed a game changer. Pieces of the Sky Ripper had surfaced. Renato knew that using it could go catastrophically wrong. But he was sure he could figure out how to use it safely. Also, a temple had risen out of empty desert. The Iblis Stone was hidden there. It was a dangerous artifact. It could corrupt its user into a bloodthirsty monster. Maybe he could find a way to use it. To take its power without surrendering to its wickedness. On the other hand, his old friend Lapino needed rescuing. Lapino was no game changer, but could Renato really leave an old friend to the Ravens?
Hello?
Hello.
I had a choice for you. Make, rescue Lapino, find the Sky Ripper, or find the Iblis Stone.
Rescue Latino.
Lapino.
Lapino.
Oh, Latino.
Apparently, the mad
If you
rabbit
watch our
had
stream,
sold a
you would know
Pegasus
his
that he
name.
did not exactly own. Lapino always wiggled out of trouble, given time. But he was out of time. The Ravens had figured out that Lapino was a rebel spy. If the fleet reached him first, they'd string him up for that. Never mind the winged horse. Lapino had apparently managed to confuse the judge by arguing that he hadn't actually stolen a winged horse. He'd only sold it. But wait, where was the prison? The village was empty. Had everybody fled the Ravens?
Really? Can I not?
Really bring out your eyes. The Ravens had taken the town. Renato had seen villages empty like this. All the people taken away to be sacrificed in the Emperor's secret rituals. Renato hoped the people were just hiding. Renato had tried everything. Zenobia had loved him to death. Skyrim destroyed everything. The Iblastone had corrupted everyone who held it. He'd never put much faith in Lupino. But Lupino was all he had left.
Guess I can do a Lupino ending.
If he ever had a castle, he was going to hide his stuff better.
Critical chance, thank you.
The mysterious sword from the east made you so fast you could catch a fly with your chopsticks. If that's what you really want. Ravens were landing everywhere. The advance guard. He'd better get moving. If they got to Lupino first, they'd eat him for breakfast. Or a snack. Ravens weren't picky. If they got hungry, they sometimes forgot to interrogate their prisoners. Even top spies like Lupino. Where had the mad rabbit got to? The rock felt hot in his hand. He could feel its secret power.
Okay.
Renato wondered if he could learn to cook this way. Probably not. Dirty and bloody, Renato finally reached Lupino. The rabbit was practicing his shuffle. Renato recognized the cards. It was Lupino's favorite deck. Oh, I thought you were in danger. I am. The Ravens are coming. Oh, the prison thing. Right, yeah, we see this guard owed me 53 ducats, so we made a deal. They're very reasonable people, actually, for weasels. Now, I got a brilliant plan to kidnap Zenobia. We capture Zenobia, we find out what she knows, and that's the whole war right there. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Capture the Emperor's greatest general, who happened to also be a deadly sorcerer, and, oh, his only daughter? That would be worth it. And it would be nice to see her. He'd always had a soft spot for her. And he felt sure she had one for him. On the other hand, he could still get to the core of the Sky Ripper, even if he couldn't get the whole thing. It must have great power.
Atlantis.
The Sky Ripper. The transcendent emperor had wrapped an
What?
armature around the eye of a god.
Boys only
Bernardo
want
had
one
already
thing.
let that armature slip
It is
away
Atlantis.
to save Lucino's life.
The forgotten,
Even its
the
core,
forgotten city of
Eye torn
Atlantis.
from a god. Surely they could
Sir,
fashion a great weapon
said to be
from
lost years
The
ago
core
at
of the
sea by
Sky
Poseidon.
River? Peppino's excited. That's an actual thing that we could just go and get. You've been busy. He sure had. Renato told him all the things he'd been up to. Soon they got to talking about old times, about wages they'd won and lost, and scrapes they'd barely got out of. It was good to be back with his friend. True, the core was capable of terrible, uncontrollable destruction. But this time, he was sure it would work great. It's beautiful here, thought Renato. He was thrilled to be back with his old war buddy. He'd missed the mad rabbit, but something was not quite right.
I have a bad feeling about this. Same do I.
I'll just have a dash, thought Renato.
Okay. I've already read this. Ooh, what are you supposed to do in that
should go,
situation?
he thought. Magical jewel. Renato couldn't wait to find a workbench. There was something sour in the air. Like the earth had ruptured over something that had been fermenting for a very long time. It was time for a little exploration.
No, I'm good. Yeah. I don't want that.
You almost never saw wild gogglers together like this. The toads had to train them not to peck each other to death. So these had to be Imperial gogglers. That meant ravens were up ahead. Hero wall, hero sword, firewall, fire, inertia. Sense the jewel's power. He had a feeling they were going to be great friends. Renato felt wrong all over. He could feel an almost palpable sickness in the air. And if the land could have tumors, they would look like these monstrous crystals. The forest was quieter than it had been. There were insects, but few birds, if you didn't count the ravens. Renato smelled sick animals and dying ones. No healthy ones. And getting a bad feeling about this, Renato thought. Maybe Lupino was right. Maybe they should have kidnapped Zenobia instead of coming here. Nice. That could be useful.
You're kidding me? Oh, lucky.
Good to practice your moves, thought Renato. Keeps you limber. As he held the radiant icosahedron, Renato felt queasy. Like dozens of tiny worms were nibbling his insides. It wasn't healthy to be so close to the eye of a god. How could he use it? He could take it to the observatory. The scientists there could tell him how to harness its ancient power. But honestly, Renato ached to get away from it. He brought the core back with him to the Farfarer. But honestly, Renato ached to be rid of it. Tell you what, said Lupino. I'll take it to the observatory. You attack the Imperial outpost. The Imperial outpost was a vital communications node. Taking it could shatter the Empire's ability to coordinate. And it would be full of secret plans and maps and maybe even rebel prisoners. It was a good target for a hero like Renato. But what if Lupino lost the core to the Empire? That could be a good thing, couldn't it? Was Renato ready to take that risk? Maybe it was better if he brought the core to the scientists himself. Trust me, Renato, you won't regret this. I'll treat the core like it was my own baby daughter. Yeah. As the Farfarer dived towards the Nexus, Lupino was jumping up and down with excitement. Stop rabbiting around, Renato said. Lupino just stared at him. The moment the ship landed, Lupino leapt off the ship. As Lupino vanished into the wilds of the Nexus, Renato vaguely remembered Lupino had a baby daughter, didn't he? And he told her mother he was going out to get some Easter eggs, and he'd never come back. But Renato was relieved not to carry the core anymore. He was already feeling better. And who knows, maybe this time Lupino would get it right. And if Renato can take the outpost, he'd have access to all the Empire's communications in the sector. Right? The platform used a hybrid propulsion system fueled by anti-gravity and wishful thinking.
Ow! Ass.
Oh,
I got hit in the back.
Renato caught his breath. His joints still hurt, but he couldn't feel the poison in his system anymore. He'd let the armature slip out of his hands to save his friend Lupino. Of course he had to let Lupino take the core. The rebellion needed every man doing his duty. And the rabbit would be no good taking on an Imperial outpost, right? Ooh, wouldn't this gauntlet look swell with that jewel in it?
Energy on kill. Nice.
Renato took the outpost with a song in his heart. Soon, he was stuffing his sack with key messages from and to the fleet. Then the far speaker toad chortled a new message. The observatory had been sacked by ravens. Lupino and all the scientists had been taken to the mountains. Why? Why had he trusted Lupino again? And now the Empire had the core. Renato hailed the rebel base to warn them. But their far speaker didn't close back. Was the base under attack too? Who knew what was going on at the base? But he knew what the Ravens would do to Lupino if Renato didn't rescue him fast. What are old friends for, if not to need rescuing every few days? Renato felt a twinge of doubt. Should he have gone to the base? No. Logically, wherever they'd taken Lupino was probably where they took the core, right? Oh, why couldn't Lupino have just, for once, not got himself captured? Was that too much to ask? He shouldn't be too hard on the rabbit. No, he meant well, and he was insanely brave. You have to admire that.
What in the fuck happened there?
This thing really needed a roof.
Never been here before.
Renato wondered idly if people who had built these poles had really, really long tentacles.
Every last bit of ore.
Where were they holding Lupino anyway? There was no sign of him or the ravens who'd captured him. Just rocks and snow and the usual scouts. No sign of the core either. Was this a wild rabbit chase? Oh, trust Lupino to screw up even getting captured. But what was this rebellion for anyway? Lupino was a useless goof, but he was a friend. If friends didn't matter anymore, what was the point of winning this war?
I don't need it.
With enough leverage, you could go anywhere. Renato thought about the intel he'd gathered from the outpost. Who would he bring it to? Who even had time to read it? At the end of the mountain path, Renato came to a clearing. There was a campfire, raven feathers, and... oh, Lupino's lucky deck of cards. Well, that wasn't good. Renato hoped Lupino had not tried to cheat his captors at cards. Ravens were much better than weasels at counting, and they had a very poor sense of humor. Then, he saw what he had hoped never to see. Fresh scraps of rabbit fur. Ragged and bloody, ravens would eat anything. By Crabthar's hammer! Renato screamed at the sky. I will avenge you! The rebels had assembled their fleet. Ahead, the clouds were dark with Imperial ships. If he could reach the Emperor before the rest of the rebels did, maybe he could settle this without too much bloodshed. He set sail, and the Farfarer shot forward.
All right.
Poor Lupino had never been a great warrior. The Mad Rabbit was good for a lark and a laugh. And a pint. The thought of ravens eating him made Renato furious. The way they were eating up the land. The way the Emperor was eating up the people with his new, bloodthirsty ways. He would make them all pay.
Avenged Lupino.
I wonder what happens if I go that way. He had given up every objective to save his friend. He had given up the armature, the core, the gem, and even Zenobia. He loved Lupino, he realized. And now the rabbit was gone. The hero looks out for his friends, even when they're gone. He would send Lupino an honor guard of ravens to serve him in the halls of the Falcons. He would avenge him. There were stickers all over the platform for really hot places, with pictures and addresses.
Oof, that is difficult.
Finally, he reached the Emperor's ship. And there was Lupino. surrounded by ravens. He was alive. They'd eaten some other rabbit. "I'll save you!" he shouted with joy and flung himself at the ravens. "Oh, you shouldn't have," said Lapino when the last raven was down. Renato threw his arms around his best friend. "I had to come. I love you, man. You really, really shouldn't have," said Lapino. And Renato felt a rather sharp pain in his back. As he collapsed, Lapino took the dagger out of Renato's back and wiped it off on Renato's sleeve. "Why, you always have to be the hero. Brave Renato, epic Renato, super sexy Renato, and I'm sick of it. But I loved you." "And you thought I was the idiot," said Lapino as Renato died. He should go back to some of the choices he'd faced before. Maybe there were new paths that had opened up, like those doors he was opening up all over the map that took him to new treasures and around his enemies. But he'd learned another true thing. Lapino was a traitor. Renato had suspected there was something wrong with the Mad Rabbit, but now he knew there was malice behind his goofiness.
Okay.
The book's pages fluttered to the beginning once again, faster than before, and he fell. The clouds parted over the Isles of Boreas. It was time to choose. The rebellion was in trouble. Ravens were scouting for the secret rebel base. They needed a game changer. Pieces of the Sky Ripper had surfaced. Renato knew that using it could go catastrophically wrong, but he was sure he could figure out how to use it safely. Also, a temple had risen out of empty desert. The Iblis Stone was hidden there. It was a dangerous artifact. It could corrupt its user into a bloodthirsty monster. Maybe he could find a way to use it, to take its power without surrendering to its wickedness. And also, his old friend Lapino needed rescuing. Of course, Renato had a pretty strong suspicion that Lapino had betrayed the rebellion, and he had a gut feeling that he needed to use that to his advantage.
Ooh. Now I can know which piece is the way to unlock it.
Renato finally realized that Lapino was a traitor to the cause, and maybe Renato could use that somehow. Ah, Lapino. Apparently, the Mad Rabbit had sold a Pegasus that he did not exactly own. Lapino always wiggled out of trouble, given time. But he was out of time. Lapino's frantic message said that the Ravens were going to kill him for being a rebel spy. And that he had a clever plan. If the fleet reached him first, they'd string him up for that. Never mind the winged horse. Or so Lapino had told him over the far speaker anyway. Lapino had apparently managed to confuse the judge by arguing that he hadn't actually stolen a winged horse. He'd only sold it. But wait, where was the prison? The village was empty. Had everybody fled the Ravens? Ooh, a workbench. Did he have any jewels he hadn't tried out?
He had.
Critical chance. Let's not use Shield Breaker for once. All level 3s. Oh my god. Critical. You know what? Fuck it. Crit, energy, and everything. 50. I think I'm gonna do... Yeah, this is cold. That was so beautiful.
Odd. Renato had been here, at this exact place, at this exact time. But this time, there were so many more ravens.
I want to do the true ending for the last bit. For the last one.
Alright, so 4. It's like this. Okay.
Time Master.
Haven't
Sure.
you always wanted to do that?
Fuck me. This is so annoying. Ah, crit is horrible.
Lapino would betray him. But now Renato knew that. What would Lapino do if he knew that Lapino was going to betray him? Well, he'd concoct some crazy scheme, wouldn't he? That used Lapino's betrayal against him and it would blow up in space. Maybe he was overthinking this. Well, that would be a first. Those sheaves were really very well made, weren't they? Dirty and bloody, Renato finally reached Lapino. The rabbit was practicing his shuffle. Renato recognized the cards. It was Lapino's favorite deck. Oh, I thought you were in danger. I am. The ravens are coming. Oh, the prison thing. Right, yeah, see, this guard owed me 53 ducats, so we made a deal. They're very reasonable people, actually, for weasels. Now, I got a brilliant plan to kidnap Zenobia. We capture Zenobia, we find out what she knows, and that's the whole war right there. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Capture the Emperor's greatest general, who happened to also be a deadly sorcerer, and, oh, his only daughter, would be worth it. And it would be nice to see her. He'd always had a soft spot for her. And he felt sure she had one for him.
On the other hand, he could still get to the core of the Sky Ripper, even if he couldn't get the whole thing. It must have great power. Zenobia wasn't just the Emperor's daughter, of course. She'd been Renato's best friend in Swordfu school. And you're still mad for her, the rabbit reminded him.
The rabbit had a point. And Renato had a feeling she'd want to see him again. Who knows what could happen between the two of them this time around?
She knows all his plans, chuckled the master spy. She won't give them up easily. She'll tell the interrogators, all right, said Lapino. Taking her would change the game, all right.
The city was already under Zenobia's control. I had to admire her efficiency. Renato shivered at the thought of Zenobia at the mercy of the interrogators. Could he really turn her over to them? But this was war. It wasn't meant to be pretty.
What are you playing right now?
Minecraft still.
Bro.
I'm trying to build something, but I'm just like...
That was not worth it, using all my movement speed. All of that for movement speed. Whatever.
That is a very cool sword, thought Renato. Seriously, he couldn't finish pulling it.
He wished there were more pylons he could use the hook on. They really needed to construct additional pylons.
Yeah.
You couldn't hack this kind of firewall. You had to warm it up to you.
Oh, I think I've been here before. Oh, there it is. Workshop, thank you. Get rid of this stupid critical chance. And get shield breaker. As much as I like crit, not the type of crit I'm talking about. It's little to no chance.
Why was Lapino urging him to capture Zenobia? Obviously it was a trap. But you never knew how Lapino thought. Sometimes his plans were so convoluted they did the exact opposite to what Lapino wanted. There must be some way to play on that, Renato thought. Gogglers. Renato hated gogglers. It was almost impossible to sneak past them. If one didn't spot you, another one would.
So, what's this plan of yours? Use me as bait, said Lupino. And he outlined a slightly complicated plan that involved geese, a net, setting the Farfarer a little bit on fire, Lupino dressing as an old blind toad, and Reynardo hiding inside a monstrous watermelon.
What could possibly go wrong? Thought Reynardo. Oh, this is gonna be fun, said Lupino, as he ran to go set up his marvelous plan.
Oh, that's a greater chest. There's no point.
What kind of raven can't fly? Thought Reynardo. Reynardo felt dubious about the whole plan. With every step, he was waiting for it all to go horribly wrong. But against all odds, Lupino's idiotic plan worked. Zenobia's ravens ran off after the geese, the net dropped, and Reynardo jumped out of the watermelon and put his sword to Zenobia's throat.
Reynardo, she said. Are those new scars? They look good on you. You never returned my velvet jacket. It was my favorite. You look stupid in velvet. Oh, what does an imperial princess know about style?
Ah, get a room, you two, said Lupino, probably sensing the chemistry.
But the fleet was coming on fast, so they took Zenobia east, over the Nexus. She'd vanished from Swordfu School, from his life, without even saying goodbye, without ever telling him she was the Emperor's adopted daughter.
Reynardo was aware of her feelings. Maybe this was a bad idea, but was he letting his own feelings get the better of him? Listen, said Reynardo. Let's not do this. Let's not do what? Asked Zenobia. Look, you're the Emperor's right hand. You are going to have me interrogated, she said. Sure, yeah, but then I remembered how you feel about me. How I feel about you. You were going to have me interrogated, but I didn't. Because you care about me, said Reynardo. Well, guess again, Buster, he said as she pushed him off his own boat. As he plummeted towards the bottomless clouds of the abyss, Reynardo decided that he'd not really handle the situation with his usual finesse. He had tried something bold and paid the price for it.
Huh? What was that it? Bruh.
The city was already under Zenobia's control. I had to admire her efficiency. Reynardo shivered at the thought of Zenobia at the mercy of the interrogator.
Bruh, I just died and now have to restart this
Turn her over to
chapter? Not the
But this was
checkpoint?
war. It wasn't meant to be pretty.
Fine. I guess you are my little PogChamp.
Alright.
She tried.
Fine. I guess you are my little PogChamp. Come here. Ikam bukam. Ikapukam. Ikam bukam.
Alright, so I think you got that part done. Okay.
Ikapukam. Ikam bukam. Ikam
Was
bukam.
Lupino urging him to capture Zenobia?
I'ma
Obviously, it was
die.
a trap.
Goodbye.
But you never knew how Lupino thought. Sometimes his plans were so convoluted they did the exact opposite to what Lupino wanted. Yeah, there must be
I
some
hate
way
this
to
part
play on
so
that, Reynardo
much.
thought.
So, alright.
Bo-do-do-do-do.
So, what's this plan of yours? Use me as bait, said Lupino. And he outlined a slightly complicated plan that involved geese, a net, setting the Farfarer a little bit on fire, Lupino dressing as an old blind toad, and Renardo hiding inside a monstrous watermelon.
What could possibly go wrong? Thought Renardo. Oh, this is gonna be fun, said Lupino, as he ran to go set up his marvelous plan.
Alright. Boom, boom, boom. Alright, fair enough.
Renardo felt dubious about the whole plan. With every step, he was waiting for it all to go horribly wrong. But against all odds, Lupino's idiotic plan worked. Zenobia's ravens ran off after the geese, the net dropped, and Renardo jumped out of the watermelon and put his sword to Zenobia's throat.
Renardo, she said. Are those new scars? They look good on you. You never return my velvet jacket. It was my favorite. You look stupid in velvet. Oh, what does an imperial princess know about style?
Ah, get a room, you two, said Lupino. Probably sensing the chemistry.
But the fleet was coming on fast, so they took Zenobia east over the Nexus. She'd vanished from Swordfu School, from his life, without even saying goodbye, without ever telling him she was the Emperor's adopted daughter. Renardo was aware of her feelings. Maybe this was a bad idea, but his own feelings got the better of him.
Power surging!
Ah, Lupino was right, Renardo thought reluctantly. She knows things. She recognized his look. You're taking me to the interrogators, aren't you? She said, wide-eyed. And then she jumped.
So I'm
with
guessing you
horror.
guys play a bit of
Renardo saw
what's it called
Zenobia plummeted.
Worms or
Then he
whatever.
saw the
Yeah,
Nexus
we
below
did.
them.
I thought it was a turn-based
Cats
game,
always land
but
on their
nope.
feet. Ah, should head for the Imperial Outpost.
It was a
Yeah,
battle
Lupino.
game. There's a
Get
battle
that.
royale mode in it. No joke.
Oh my gosh.
Cats can run faster, but foxes can run longer. If he ran, he could head her off before she reached her minions at the outpost. Well, he did love a good chase.
Hey, do old ravens go grey? You know what? Don't worry about it.
That lagged my game. I want to get Minecraft so badly. So I can play with
think
you
you
guys.
Yeah, I mean it's a fun game.
Yeah, I don't know if
But,
I can though. It's just it's hard. I want to get Minecraft so I can play with you guys, but you know, I never, you know, I don't even have it.
What's the Christmas situation?
I
There was
don't,
a
I don't get.
pleasant breeze coming
I've-
through that door.
I don't get anything for
Had it been
Christmas.
closed before?
God, man. Probably nothing. Yeah, just energy. Okay.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10. Alright.
He was closing on her. He could smell her fear. He tried not to think about the interrogators at the secret base. What did they do to her? maybe it didn't have to end that way. Maybe he could talk to her. But, after all, there were worse things the Imperials had done to friends of his.
I don't need it.
Renato reached the outpost. The Imperials there were no match for him. Soon after, Zenobia limped up the path. When she realized he was already in front of her, she didn't even try to run. Oh, you left without saying goodbye. Again, he said, please. I'm enjoying this a little too much, she said, shaken. Oh, spare us the chit-chat, would you? Said Lapino as he shackled her hands so she couldn't throw spells. She knows all his plans.
All the way back to the Farfarer, Lapino nagged Renato about how the interrogators would pry all the intel out of Zenobia. How that would turn the tides in the imminent battle. All they had to do was take her to the rebels' secret base. Renato didn't like to think about what the interrogators would do to her. Couldn't he just talk to her?
As they pulled away from the Nexus, Renato could see the fear in Zenobia's eyes. I can't take her to those creatures at the base, he whispered to Lapino. Ah, you've gone soft. Soft in the head. We captured her for what she knows. I'll take her to the mountains. Tell all the horrible things the Emperor's done. Yeah, believe me, she'll turn. And he turned the wheel. The hell you will, shouted Lapino, and he grabbed the wheel back from him. The two of them wrestled for control of the ship. It shot off like a mad sparrow. Suddenly, Renato was falling. When he came to, Zenobia was standing over him. Why didn't you take me to the base to be interrogated? She demanded. Do you know what's left of people they interrogate? This is some trick, isn't it? To make me fall for you again. Well, I won't. Oh, go on then. Scurry back to your ravens. I can't stop you. But strangely, she didn't. As Renato set off to find the Farfarer, she followed him, keeping just out of sight of the ravens.
Oh, fuck, I messed up.
It's going to hurt. Actually, it already did.
Whatever. Oh, that hurt. Sucked. What? Excuse me? Oof, that is not pretty.
Rosebud, he said to no one in particular as he died.
Restart from last checkpoint. Oh my god, that scared me. Holy crap, that fucking there is a glitch in this game that's annoying. Or if you die while doing a perfect timing or a perfect strike, which is I don't know what is a perfect strike, but it's something perfect.
Ice walls only let you through if they knew you were cool.
And if we do it perfectly, it will slow down time, but you're dying while it's slowed down, so you know you fucking have to wait for everything. It's so annoying. Actually, I don't actually need to go here. That was a mistake.
It's a vertical!
Huh?
Ice. Ice, I'm not an ice. Hold on, I'm getting a call. Hello, I'm back. That was stupid. I was calling and I accidentally went into a area that there's fighting, so I got screwed. That would have been easier.
As Renato stopped to sniff the wind, Zenobia came up, still mad. Did you really think you'd just talk me into betraying my father? Oh yeah, sure, that was exactly my plan. Then why aren't you even talking to me? Because I've never talked you into anything in my life. They're gonna court-martial you for letting me go. He caught a whiff of the Farfarer. Wet rope, tar, and a cask of Scoble ale he'd spilt last year.
It was that way. There was an inscription. No spitting.
No spitting. Oh, what? I died instantly?
Thought Renato as he died.
Ow!
Bernardo wondered if he should have taken Zenobia to the rebel base for real. Maybe she wasn't playing him after all. After the bleak talk about the Emperor's dark secret, he was regretting his suspicion.
Sure enough, the Farfarer had crashed in some rocks. There was no sign of Lupino. Zenobia caught up. All that kid stuff in Swordfu School. And look, that's the past. We're adults now. We have duties to other people. We have destinies. What are you talking about? And you are the most arrogant, slow-witted, light-fingered, mercenary, immoral, reckless. Run away with me, said Reynardo, and he realized he meant it. What? Just like that? She demanded. I will, if you will.
So she kissed him. And it was the best kiss he'd ever had. They held hands as they boarded the Farfarer.
Reynardo felt light-hearted, like the winds that were playing the rigging like a balalaika. But Lupino, I need to get back to Lupino, he said, suddenly realizing he could have been captured. A prisoner.
He's not.
How did you know? He saw something in her eyes he didn't understand. He fell, didn't he? Into the abyss.
She looked away, wouldn't answer.
But then a bolt smashed through the Farfarer's keel. The broken ship plummeted out of the clouds.
Reynardo picked himself off the deck. They were alive.
We have to get to my private ship, she said. Do you trust me? I guess I must, he said. You go on ahead. Clear the path, she said. I can't kill my own soldiers.
He wanted to say that he didn't trust her, that he had no idea what he was getting into. But he had no choice, did he? He was following his heart. That's what it means to be a hero. You had to follow your heart. What's behind door number 2?
They paused to catch their breath. It was strange to be so close to her. What are you thinking? He asked. I'm trying very hard not to think. Me too, he said. Up ahead, he could see the thin silver of Zenobia's personal ship. It looked fast. They would leave all this behind.
It was a bit windy up here.
Do 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 do.
As they reached her ship, Renato suddenly felt a sharp pain in his stomach. He was surprised to see a crossbow bolt sticking out of it.
I was going to lead the Empire to a secret base, said Lapino. But no, you had to screw up my plan because you still got a thing for her.
Renato stared at Zenobia. The kiss. Was it real? She said, with a look of indescribable sorrow. She gestured and said an arcane word, and Lapino went flying into the abyss, screaming, "I'm telling your father!" Then she knelt down to cradle his head, and her paws felt very soft and warm.
Oh, again?
But he already had all the secrets he needed. He was sure of that. He must have not used them the right way. What was the best, worst mistake he could make? Probably trusting that traitor Lapino.
No. It's reflecting off the screen. Oh.
Fuck.
The book's pages fluttered to the beginning once again. Faster than before? And he fell. The clouds parted over the Isles of Boreas. It was time to choose. The rebellion was in trouble. Ravens were scouting for the secret rebel base. They needed a game changer.
They needed a game changer. Damn, son, where'd you find that?
Renata knew that using it could go catastrophically wrong. But he was sure he could figure out how to use it safely. Also, a temple had risen out of empty desert. The Iblis stone was hidden there. It was a dangerous artifact. It could corrupt its user into a bloodthirsty monster. Maybe he could find a way to use it, to take its power without surrendering to its wickedness. And also, his old friend Lapino needed rescuing. Of course, Renato had a pretty strong suspicion that Lapino had betrayed the rebellion, and he had a gut feeling that he needed to use that to his advantage.
Fuck.
Renato finally realized that Lapino was a traitor to the cause, and maybe Renato could use that somehow.
I want to find out one thing.
Lapino.
That small little change.
Apparently, the Mad Rabbit had sold a Pegasus that he did not exactly own. Lapino always wiggled out of trouble, given time. But he was out of time. Lapino's frantic message said that the Ravens were going to kill him for being a rebel spy. And that he had a clever plan. If the fleet reached him first, they'd string him up for that. Never mind the winged horse. Or so Lapino had told him over the far speaker anyway.
Lapino had apparently managed to confuse the judge by arguing that he hadn't actually stolen a winged horse. He'd only sold it. But wait, where was the prison? The village was empty. Had everybody fled the Ravens?
Alright, the ice sword is the best sword.
The Ravens had taken the town. Renato had seen villages emptied like this. All the people taken away to be sacrificed in the Emperor's secret rituals. Renato hoped the people were just hiding.
Renato felt a little bad stealing crafting materials from chests.
He preferred to rob them from people at sword point. Renato looked around the empty village. How had he ever imagined Lapino was anything
I think
but
I
a
just
traitor?
made a loop.
Any honest rabbit would have fled with the villagers.
Oh. Thank you very much. Hook shot damage. Now it does damage. Actually, maximum
Come in
stamina.
handy in a pinch.
Oh, that is so nice.
Okay, let's make this quick. I'm on my way in literally 2 minutes. Lapino would betray him. But now Renato knew that. What would Lapino do if he knew that Lapino was going to betray him? Well, he'd concoct a crazy scheme, wouldn't he? Use Lapino's betrayal against him and it would blow up his face. Yeah. Maybe he was overthinking this. Dirty and bloody, Renato finally reached Lapino. The rabbit was practicing his shuffle. Renato recognized the cards. It was Lapino's favorite deck. Oh, I thought you were in danger. I am. The Ravens are coming. Oh, the prison thing. Right, yeah, we see this guard owed me 53 ducats, so we made a deal. They're very reasonable people, actually, for weasels. Now, I got a brilliant plan to kidnap Zenobia. We capture Zenobia, we find out what she knows, and that's the whole war right there. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Capture the Emperor's greatest general, who happened to also be a deadly sorcerer, and, oh, his only daughter? That would be worth it. And it would be nice to see her. He'd always had a soft spot for her. And he felt sure she had one for him. On the other hand, he could still get to the core of the Sky Ripper, even if he couldn't get the whole thing. It must have great power. Zenobia wasn't just the Emperor's daughter, of course. She'd been Renato's best friend in Sword Fu school. And you're still mad for her, the rabbit reminded him. The rabbit had a point, and Renato had a feeling she'd want to see him again. Who knows what could happen between the two of them this time around? She knows all his plans, chuckled the master spy. She won't give them up easily. She'll tell the interrogators, all right, said Lapino.
taking her would change the game, all right.
The city was already under Zenobia's control. I had to admire her efficiency. Renato shivered at the thought of Zenobia at the mercy of the interrogators. Would he really turn her over to them? But this was war. It wasn't meant to be pretty. This was the nice part of town. But the ravens had been through here. They like to take shiny things home to their nests. Was Lupino urging him to capture Zenobia? Obviously it was a trap. But you never knew how Lupino thought. Sometimes his plans were so convoluted they did the exact opposite to what Lupino wanted. There must be some way to play on that, Renato thought.
Ah, that is painful.
Didn't your mother tell you it's rude to stare? Snapped Renato, a little smug.
I think that's the strat.
So, what's this plan of yours? Use me as bait, said Lupino. And he outlined a slightly complicated plan that involved geese, Annette setting the Farfarer a little bit on fire, Lupino dressing as an old blind toad, and Renato hiding inside a monstrous watermelon.
What could possibly go wrong? Thought Renato. Oh, go ahead. I'm sure you know better, said Lupino. Renato slinked through Zenobia's ship, making no sound at all. Where were her guards? Finally, he reached her bedroom. She was curled up on her bed. Oh, he'd forgotten how beautiful she was. How sleek. How soft. He tapped her on the shoulder with his sword. She became smoke. And he noticed he had a blade to his throat. Stay a while, heard a familiar voice. Did you really think you could capture me? Zenobia said as the ship lifted off. No, I just wanted some privacy, Renato said. Renato knew she still had feelings for him. Maybe he could just cut to the chase. But was timing right for that?
Alright. Heart or plan? Heart or plan? Heart or plan? Heart or plan? Let's do
I
heart.
know how you feel about me, baby. I know you want to be with me, Renato said. What? The Emperor's evil, babe. I'm nice. Remember how nice I was back in school? You were an idiot in school. You said it was funny, said Renato, starting not to like how the conversation was going. The Emperor pulled me out of an alley. Don't tell me he's evil. Yeah, but did you ever wonder why? No, I didn't. Why don't you ask him? Well, because I know why. He wants to sacrifice you. You can tell him that when he interrogates you. Can't we just start this over? But Zenobia shut him in the hold of the ship. He had no one to explain anything to until he was brought to the Emperor's interrogators. After that, it was just screaming. He had tried something bold and paid the price for it.
Bruh. Bruh. Okay, so,
The city was already under
God
Zenobia's
damn it, I
control.
had to restart the chapter.
I had to admire.
Alright,
their
that's cool to
efficiency.
know that there
Renata
is
shivered at the thought
that
of
small
Zenobia at the
little
mercy of the
small little
interrogator.
choice is good.
Could he really turn her over to them? But this was war. It wasn't meant to be pretty.
Yeah, in that game, everything like affects you.
Yeah, it is.
I have no idea about that game, but I think so.
The
It's
city
pretty
was
cool.
burning.
It's actually really cool.
And there was no
If
one to
you
put out
if
the
you're okay with
fires.
playing solo and having what's it called,
Somehow Zenobia survived
interactive
her
like
father and
narration,
inherited his
everything,
crown.
it's really nice.
What sort of empire would
nice.
she be heir to? But he couldn't think
60
about that,
more,
could he?
or-
I need more materials, thought Renato. Why was Lupino urging him to capture Zenobia? Obviously it was a trap. But you never knew how Lupino thought. Sometimes his plans were so convoluted they did the exact opposite to what Lupino wanted. Yeah, there must be some way to play on that, Renato thought. Once, he'd found a Superman issue #1 in mint condition in a jar he'd broken. He planned to keep breaking things until he had the whole series. So, what's this plan of yours? Use me as bait, said Lupino. And he outlined a slightly complicated plan that involved Geese, Annette, setting the Farfarer a little bit on fire, Lupino dressing as an old blind toad, and Renato hiding inside a monstrous watermelon. What could possibly go wrong? Thought Renato. Oh, go ahead. I'm sure you know better, said Lupino. You're the one about the Raven One talking to her son. You don't write. You don't call. Get it? Call? I just made that up.
That was horrible. Oh my god, I'm so bad at this game. That was so sloppy.
Renato slinked through Zenobia's ship, making no sound at all. Where were her guards? Finally, he reached her bedroom. She was curled up at her bed. Oh, he'd forgotten how beautiful she was. How sleek. How soft. He tapped her on the shoulder with his sword. She became smoke. And he noticed he had a blade to his throat. Stay a while. Heard a familiar voice. Did you really think you could capture me? Zenobia said as her ship lifted off. Now I just wanted some privacy, Renato said. Renato knew she still had feelings for him.
What's up?
Maybe he could just cut to the chase. But was timing right for that?
So interesting about this game.
What are you playing?
Worms Rumble.
What's so interesting?
Did you ever
Worms
wonder
Rumble?
why the Emperor adopted you?
Yeah, I know. I'm saying what's so. Like,
And he
what's
told her
about it?
why.
Killing things easily.
His Imperial Majesty
Alright.
wanted to bring the lost gods back. They could make him immortal. But to seal the bargain, he needed a sacrifice. Someone who truly loved him. You're lying. She was furious. You can't prove that. I can. And so, they set sail for the Nexus. The
scientists at the observatory have resurrected one of his victims. Well, he's not exactly alive, but he can talk, and he can't lie. You took a big risk. You know, I could just cast a spell to make you tell me where the rebel base is. And you wouldn't consider that cheating? She frowned. Ugh, fine. Let's go get your witness. The rebellion had started after atrocities that the Empire hushed up. Renato had rescued a priest whose order had been massacred for one book. He had slept in a burnt village. Dead kittens and puppies had come to tell him what the Emperor had done to them.
What the? What is this game?
Worms.
They can parkour? What? Why do they talk? You can roll? What?
Really nice chests. He should take one home, he thought. She caught up with him. Don't you think I'd know if my father started practicing black magic?
You can
Why?
vent?
Would you want to join in? Oh, no, I'd destroy his books and... All right, I suppose I wouldn't.
She stopped, troubled. He ran on.
Leonardo.
Renato had been searching for a way to save the rebellion. Peppino wanted to capture and interrogate Zenobia. But if he could show her proof of her father's madness,
I don't like that
maybe
it
she would
talks.
join the rebellion.
Notice I called it it.
There was an engraving. Maximum capacity, 130 people.
Okay, so there's infinite ammo. That's good.
No, there's not.
Kill the rebel! Forward, Van Raven. Eat the rebel! Caught another.
There's a jetpack.
The observatory
A
was
jetpack,
burning
like.
hulk. Dead scientists and black feathers everywhere. The Ravens had taken care to burn the reanimated witness to cinders. Zenobia stared around, shocked. The scientists had been neutral. They had no part in the rebellion. Take me to your council, she said, shaken. I have
Paul, this
things
is
to tell them.
what
It was what Renato
kind of
had
game
gambled
is.
on. The Zenobia would turn against her
It's
father.
Not gonna
if she
lie, it's
knew
kind of
his
fun though.
madness.
But like,
Yeah.
The rebel base was
it's like a what
Could
the
he
hell kind
really
of fun.
risk
Like,
taking the Emperor's daughter there?
Even if she did love him.
There's the holy hand grenade. What? Why is the banana like a nuke?
Renata reached Lapino by Farspeaker Toad, the one creature the Ravens had left alive at the observatory.
Lapino seemed awfully anxious to meet him at the secret base. If he was a spy for the Empire, he'd turn around and reveal the coordinates to the Empire, jeopardizing the entire rebellion. But Renato couldn't bear to think that Lapino would commit such horrible treachery. There was still good in the Mad Rabbit. He felt sure of it.
I'll meet up with you at the base, Lapino said through the Toad. Good thinking. Renato gave him the coordinates. There's a shuttle here I can, borrow.
Renato found Zenobia in the chart room.
I've been having awful dreams, she said. Dead kittens and worse. I thought they were only dreams, you know. Why would anyone want the lost gods back? In those days, the favorite of a god could become immortal. She held herself and shivered. He wants to become an eater of souls. Well, I'm not afraid of dying. Just dying of boredom. Renato said, but she didn't laugh.
Silence fell as they flew towards the ruins of the city of Ubar, where the rebellion leadership was hiding. If Zenobia couldn't help them fight off her father, no one could. As they touched the ground, he could smell the ravens and hear their hungry caws in the distance.
They're probably looking for me, she said. You go on ahead. She had that fiery look in her eyes that he'd always loved.
Have tattoos.
It
What?
was a bit odd. How easy she'd been to convince. It was what he'd gambled on, but he'd expected more of an argument. She'd always loved to argue. She considered it the fastest way to the truth. Maybe she'd long suspected the truth.
Dumb as possible.
Sometimes all it took was taking the bandages from your eyes. That must be it, he told himself.
Ew, it can be skin. Ugh.
Huh. I just hear my neck cracked. Great. Imperfect?
To make sure his sword was still working. Yep.
If Zenobia had really turned, the war could soon be over. She could send orders to the fleet that would leave their defenses wide open. The rebels could sail right in and capture the Emperor.
They caught their breath under a ruined arch. It's beautiful, she said. This was the library of Ubar, he said. Your father's ravens thought they had an ancient book. She nodded. Was she crying? This was exactly what I wanted, Renato thought. To turn her to our cause.
So you can, like, level
Why do I feel something is terribly wrong? Because nothing ever goes this smoothly, is why.
Imagine getting a horse up in one of these things. It would be cursing a blue streak.
Oh, is it only a squad of 3?
Yeah, I thought it was a, what's it called, turn game. That's why I thought it was like multiple people at once.
But when you told us to get it, did you actually play it, or?
No, I thought I didn't test it out.
I can tell Nico loves the game.
Renato was
Fuck,
dead
that wasn't
tired.
smart.
Then he was just dead.
Ah!
To everything, there is a season. He turned over and died.
I ran too fast.
Jeez, why are the maps so huge?
Yeah, that's what they are.
I just don't like why they talk. Like, I just don't like the noises they make. Is there a way for me to stop this? Speech volume, yes, I can turn that off. Thank you.
I died instantly. Oh, that's great. Holy crap, this part is hard. Fuck.
Wallabies, he thought. Why did it have to be wallabies?
I want to complete this quickly, but you know, it's super hard. Ha Really? Okay, I need to take this really slowly, and I don't like doing that.
Sleep tight, thought Renato.
Is there like a lever I have to use? Oh, there is. Oh, I can just go down here.
The long stairs. So he was close to the rebel base. It was on fire.
That's what I thought there was.
Faster.
This guy's all gold. What? Oh, I have a choice. I thought it was like die, then you have to wait till the next round. Never mind. You just press X. I'm dumb. How do I roll again? Oh, that's how.
Curious. Council toads swarmed around Zenobia, shocked she was there, shocked she had changed sides. Then, the walls exploded. He heard toads croaking, "Oh, the ravens!" Blackbirds were pouring through holes everywhere. "It's a trap!" cried the council speaker. In the confusion, he saw flashes of magic. Then Zenobia being hustled off by Imperial troops. So... she had betrayed him after all. Renato ran for his ship. The Farfarer flew into the clouds, barely losing the Imperial ravens pursuing him. The rebellion was lost, and he had lost it. There was nothing to do but find Zenobia and make her pay for her treachery. Oh, his heart ached. He still loved her. But he had trusted her, and he had been a fool. She would be back at the fleet, gloating with her mad, bloodthirsty father. For all Renato knew, she was helping him bring back the old, lost gods back from their exile.
Oh, actually killed someone.
Renato landed in the middle of the Imperial fleet. The rebels were losing badly. Without leadership, it was a slaughter. Renato felt strangely free, trying not to think about how he had lost the war. Trying not to think about how he had loved Zenobia, blinded himself to her treachery. That's what it meant to be a hero. To keep on fighting after the most bitter of betrayals. To never know if you could trust anyone. Cats. What a waste of... Now, doopsie-doo. This would be the perfect place for a tic-tac-toe board.
Oh my god, I got destroyed. Got hit by 3 people at once.
What had happened to Lupino? Had the Mad Rabbit fled to safety? Or was he forlornly carrying on like the few rebels Renato could see here or there? It didn't matter anymore. All there was slash and spin, parry and lunge, over and over as he fought his way across the fleet. All there was finding the girl he'd once loved, who had used his love against him and putting as big a hole in her heart as she'd left in his. Story time. Caught the lead. Now we'll never find out how it ended.
This is crack.
You see some weird stuff on this or what? I don't know what I experienced.
Advancing Lupino. So the Mad Rabbit had survived. Save me, or I'm done for! Screamed Lupino. Zenobia turned, showing her teeth in a smile. You're alive! Renato ran towards the witch. Lupino's the one who betrayed you! She shouted. He warned my father! Before he could think, Renato sank his sword into the sorceress. She stared at him, heartbroken. No! Lupino's the traitor! Renato had an awful, sinking feeling in his stomach. Then, he felt a knife in his back. I'm afraid she's right, said the Mad Rabbit. Ain't I a stinker? Then, the sun went out. Damn it. Oh, again? But he already had all the secrets he needed. He was sure of that. He must have not used them the right way. What was the best, worst mistake he could make? Probably trusting that traitor Lapino. The book's pages fluttered to the beginning once again. Faster than before.
So
And
fucking
he fell.
difficult to get all of these
The
endings.
clouds parted
I
over the
still have
Isles
so
of
many.
Boreas. It was time to choose. The rebellion was in trouble. Ravens were scouting for the secret rebel base. They needed a game changer. Pieces of the Sky Ripper had surfaced. Renata knew that using it could go catastrophically wrong. But he was sure he could figure out how to use it safely. Also, a temple had risen out of empty desert.
I forgot I was
The
subscribed to
was
Gordon
hidden
Ramsay.
there. It was a dangerous artifact. It could corrupt its user into a bloodthirsty monster. Maybe he could find a way to use it. To take its power without surrendering to its wickedness. And also, his old friend Lapino needed rescuing. Of course, Renato had a pretty strong suspicion that Lapino had betrayed the rebellion. And he had a gut feeling that he needed to use that to his advantage. Renato finally realized that Lapino was a traitor to the cause. And maybe Renato could use that somehow. Lapino. Apparently, the Mad Rabbit had sold a Pegasus that he did not exactly own. Lapino always wiggled out of trouble, given time. But he was out of time. Lapino's frantic message said that the Ravens were going to kill him for being a rebel spy. And that he had a clever plan. If the fleet reached him first, they'd string him up tonight. Never mind the winged horse. Or so Lapino had told him over the far speaker anyway.
This game's like, if you understand this, you've taken massive drugs before. Like, if you even know, like, slightly of what's
Lapino
going
had
on.
apparently managed to confuse
I
the judge
expected-
by
I
arguing that he
expected you
hadn't
taking
actually
drugs.
stolen the winged horse.
This guy's
He
flying!
sold it.
He's just flying upwards.
Wait.
He doesn't even have a jetpack. He's
Where
just
was
flying.
the prison?
Oh,
Yeah, he's just ascending.
Oh,
It's not personal, but
He was literally, all he was just ascending.
on our ears.
I threw a banana at someone and they died instantly.
People were frightened these days. Just 2 weeks past, Renato had sneaked through an empty town and listened to the Raven's call about the Emperor's new taste in ritual sacrifice. How could you convince a firewall you're its friend?
Okay, what I've learned is if you have any sort of RPG, you instantly won the game.
yep. My favorite weapon in that game is the sheep launcher.
What, sheep launcher? What?
Yeah, because you know it launches sheeps.
Oh. I just found this one gun
Renato
that
felt
shoots
that
like
all
50
the recent
rockets at you.
fighting had
I
taught him
killed 2
something
people
new,
in one
but
hallway.
he couldn't quite put his paw on it.
Let's see. Do I want more sword magic? I think I'm fine. I just need to traverse the map a little bit faster. So I'm just gonna put more stamina. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's go.
I've already done 500 damage. So this game, it just takes some getting used to. I mean, that's every
It's super
game, but
easy to play that game, but because of that, it's super easy to die.
Yeah.
Like after a while, when I was playing it, I got a little burnt out because, you know, I kind of started sucking. Oh my
Ravens were
god.
landing everywhere.
Time
The
to
advanced
ascend.
guard. He'd better get moving.
Alright.
If they got to Lupino first, they'd eat him for breakfast. Or a snack. Ravens weren't picky. If they got hungry, they sometimes forgot to interrogate their prisoners. Even top spies like Lupino. Well,
I'm in the middle of the
dirty and
crossfire.
bloody,
Get out!
Renato
No!
finally reached Lupino. The rabbit
Yeah,
was
if you get in a
practicing
crossfire,
his
you're dead.
ritual.
And
Renato
even then,
Yeah.
even if you're like remotely
favorite
related
prey.
to a crossfire, even if you're the one shooting between like from side to side, you will die somehow.
Oh, the prison thing. Right, yeah, we see this guard owed me 53 ducats, so we made a deal. They're very reasonable people, actually, for weasels. Now, I got a brilliant plan to kidnap Zenobia.
I just got a
We
jetpack.
capture Zenobia, we find out what
A
she knows,
grapple gun?
and that's
What?
the whole war right there. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Capture the Emperor's greatest general,
Away.
who happened to also be a deadly sorcerer, and, oh, his only daughter? That would be worth it. And it would be nice to see her. He'd always had a soft spot for her. And he felt sure she had one for him. On the other hand, he could still get to the core of the Sky Ripper, even if he couldn't get the whole thing.
Because there's always
It was
that
some
one
great
guy
power.
that just knows the gaming and exactly knows how to play this. It's like level 1. Like,
Wait, what?
Zenobia wasn't just the Emperor's daughter, of course. She'd been Renato's best friend in Sword Fu School. And you're still mad for her. The rabbit reminded him. The rabbit had a point. And Renato had a feeling she'd want to see him again.
I forgot to sell my
Who
plan.
knows
my
what
grapple.
could happen between the two of them this time around. She knows all his plans, chuckled the master spy. She won't give them up
Wait,
easily.
I found it.
She'll tell the interrogators all right.
The sheep launcher.
Said Lupino.
Oh,
Taking her
isn't that-
changed the game, all right. The city was already under Zenobia's control. I had to admire her efficiency. Renato shivered at the thought of Zenobia at the mercy of the interrogators.
Alright, so I
Really
found the
turn
sheep
her over to
launcher.
them. But this was war. It wasn't meant to be pretty.
I the Almighty. Almighty. Fortune. Oh my gosh, it actually launches sheep.
What did I say? I wasn't lying.
No, you were not. Okay, so I forgot you can just camp in this game. If you find the sentry launcher, you can literally just set up a corner. Just kind of run away. It's the only thing you have to do.
Why was Lupino urging him to capture Zenobia? Obviously it was a trap. But you never knew how Lupino thought.
What's retarded though
Sometimes
about this
his
game
plans are so
is that someone will be
convoluted they did the
shooting
exact
them,
opposite to what
but then
Lupino
the
wanted.
person that's being shot at will go after you.
There's some way to play on that, Renato thought.
It's like there's someone
Well,
attacking you.
The eyes have had it.
I don't think this is a smart idea. Oh, whatever.
So, what's this plan of yours? Use me as bait, said Lupino. And he outlined a slightly complicated plan that involved geese, a net, setting the Farfarer a little bit. Lupino dressing as an old blind toad, and Renato hiding inside a monstrous watermelon. What could possibly go wrong? Thought Renato. Oh, go ahead. I'm sure you know better, said Lupino.
And yeah, I do know better. Ah.
Level 2 now.
Pull that hose. Renato slinked through Zenobia's ship, making no sound at all. Where were the guards? Finally, he reached her bedroom. She was curled up at her bed. Oh, he'd forgotten how beautiful she was. How sleek. How soft. He tapped her on the shoulder with his sword. She became smoke. And he noticed he had a blade to his throat. Stay a while. Heard a familiar voice. Did you really think you could capture me? Zenobia said as the ship lifted off. Now I just wanted some privacy, Renato said. Renato knew she still had feelings for him. Maybe he could just cut to the chase. But was timing right for that? Did you ever wonder why the Emperor adopted you? And he told her why. His Imperial Majesty wanted to bring the lost gods back. They could make him immortal. To seal the bargain, he needed a sacrifice. Someone who truly loved him. You're lying. She was furious. You can't prove that. I can. And so, we set sail for the Nexus. The scientists at the observatory have resurrected one of his victims. Well, it's not exactly alive, but it can talk, and it can't lie. You took a big risk. You know, I could just cast a spell to make you tell me where the rebel base is, and you wouldn't consider that cheating? She frowned. Ugh, fine. Let's go get your witness. He knew the rebellion had started after atrocities that the Empire hushed up. Renato had rescued a priest whose order had been massacred for one book. He had slept in a burnt village. Dead kittens and puppies had come to tell him what the Emperor had done to them.
Never got to go this way.
Had that door been opened before?
Have not.
I was about to say, why are the ones,
None of them surprisingly unwounded.
oh, there's a lot of I guess the best way to beat this game, camping, is
Renato had been to a dungeon where all the chests were locked. It was awful. She caught up with him. Don't you think I'd know if my father started practicing black magic? Why? Would you want to join in? Oh, no, I'd destroy his books and... all right, I suppose I wouldn't.
She stopped, troubled. He ran on.
Huh. I could have done that without the dialogue. That could have been hilarious. It was a tripwire dialogue, though the hitbox is really small.
The scientists on this island had been investigating the Emperor's dark ritual on their own. They were neutral in the civil war engulfing the Empire, but they could see that the dark magics the old toad had used were changing the world. Renato hoped he and Zenobia weren't putting them in danger.
Oh my god, that is fast. Oh my.
Good thing Renato didn't have vertigo.
Ow. Ow.
Haven't you heard? Goth is over.
So it just
I don't need that anymore. Now I can skip all the chests. Let's go. Got all the swords. I got all the gems. Now I can just skip everything and just move on with it.
The observatory was a burning hulk. Dead scientists and black feathers everywhere. The Ravens had taken care to burn the reanimated witness to cinders. Zenobia stared around, shocked. The scientists had been neutral. They had no part in the rebellion. Take me to your council, she said, shaken. I have things to tell them. It was what Renato had gambled on. The Zenobia would turn against her father once she knew his madness. But the rebel base was secret. Could he really risk taking the Emperor's daughter there?
Even if she did love him.
Renato reached Lupino by Farspeaker Toad.
No, we should take her to the base.
Insisted Lupino. No, I don't trust her. Nobody changes sides that fast, said Renato.
I better go to the base.
Alright, so the
them
sentry
know you got
launcher,
her,
one of my favorite
Lupino
guns.
said.
For some reason, Renato wasn't sure that was a good idea.
Just meet me at the far side of the mountains. There's a shuttle here I can take,
Always has to be your way, doesn't it?
said Lupino.
Fine.
I guess you are a little mission.
Fine. I guess you are my little midget. Come here.
Shaking as they got out. I didn't know, she said. The Ravens kept it secret. At first they sacrificed prisoners, then villages near the frontier, and then an orphanage. Kittens and puppies. Sometimes he'd come back to the palace and it was like there were glowing things behind his eyes. I was so busy. I'll clear a path for us, Renato told Zenobia, so the Ravens don't see you.
Oh my god, I'm so fucking impressed.
I hate you!
Oh. That was horrible. I hate that part. It's so painful to play it because there's this open gap and oh my god. It's hard to close the distance. I should probably get more in.
That had gone rather well, actually.
He had 4 health left.
Zenobia
Come
came
on.
up as he massaged his sore arm. Her eyes were wet. He's been saying strange things. He asked me to do experiments. And some were wrong.
They are banished, right? Said Renato. Gone forever. I mean, he couldn't actually bring the old gods back, could he?
She didn't answer him.
That frightened him more than anything.
There was an inscription. Praise the sun.
Dark Souls reference. I've never actually gone to that path. Whoops. Why did I just take this path again?
How did you escape?
Sorry, what happened, Jacob?
How new is this game again?
I don't know.
And some of these people will be way too good at this game. Like,
Worms Rumble Esports League.
esports worms.
Worms Rumble Esports League. Imagine that.
That'd be like, what the hell? Yes, let me go play my esports. What esports league do you play in? You know, Worms Rumble.
Worms Rumble, yeah.
You know, the usual.
The usual, the meta. What? Never heard of that game. You haven't? Well, bro, you're missing out, my dude.
Maybe I should follow my nose, thought Renato.
When I end up missing all my shots, I just melee them. Like, I'm just like, okay, never mind.
Long live the Emperor! Called the Ravens.
Oh, fuck me! That was so stupid. Oh god. Now I have to open these chests because I have no health. Thank you. Thank you. Together
Renato wondered if he should have taken
forever.
Zenobia to the rebel base for real. Maybe she wasn't playing him after all. After the bleak talk about the Emperor's dark secrets, he was regretting his suspicion.
How close am I? Oh, not bad.
They came up on an empty shack. He gestured her in. Where's the base? She asked, confused.
Let me flex my
thought we could
worms
talk a
when
bit
Rumble wins.
first. Oh, you think I'm playing you? She was furious. I'm betraying my father who picked me out of an alley, and you think I'm playing you? She lashed out. Her claws sliced fire into his face. Energy boiled in her other paw. But before she could kill him, he slashed his sword into her heart. She staggered. I could have loved you. You son of a bitch. And then she died. Renato stood there for hours, unable to move. Finally, a ship landed near him.
I'm in
Pino
12th place.
had brought the Farfarer.
This is the highest I've
On
gotten
board
in
the
this game.
Farfarer, Pino couldn't stop grinning.
For what?
I can't believe you actually killed her. Why didn't I trust her? Renato said. All he could feel was emptiness. You killed the Emperor's daughter. You might want to run for it. If you care whether you live or die, that is. Since Renato didn't, he grabbed the wheel. And he sailed for the Imperial fleet.
Ah, yes, I can be Spider-Man. Yo! I like how the game ends in 30 seconds and all I'm doing is swinging around like Spider-Man.
Spider-Man.
Renato
Spider-Man.
had never
Spider-Man.
felt worse.
Everybody is Spider.
Zenobia had listened to him. She trusted him. She'd opened her eyes to her father's evil. Done everything he had hoped for.
Oh yes, 10
He'd
seconds
taken
left. What
the
shall I
dirty
do?
shack.
Spider-Man.
Was he so used to lying that he couldn't trust even the girl he had always loved?
Well, I was in 11th place.
Renato had a feeling that was the back door to something. But what?
Hold on, I gotta go eat dinner real quick.
I will too.
Alright.
He could see the rebels reeling back as he plunged into the ranks of the Ravens. He'd had to kill the girl he loved. But he'd also blown the biggest opportunity they could have had. To turn the Emperor's daughter against him. Renato could only laugh miserably. He was taking crazy chances now, swinging wildly. He expected the Ravens to take him at any moment. But they were running in fear. No one wants to fight a man who doesn't care if he lives. No one wants to fight a hero. There was an inscription on the platform. Balaleka lessons with an address. He was exhausted. Could barely think. He wanted to stop thinking.
The rebels were already finished, and he was the last. The Ravens were coming for him personally now, in waves. It didn't matter. He was slick with his own blood, but it didn't matter. In the distance, he could see her, embraced by a halo of light, holding her hand out to him. Had she forgiven him? Would she take him to the halls of the Valiant? Then he felt steel in his belly, and his chest, and his back. And he lay down, and he couldn't see her anymore.
Oh, again? But he already had all the secrets he needed. He was sure of that. He must have not used them the right way. What was the best, worst mistake he could make? Probably trusting that traitor Lapino.
Alright, now I've done that fucking line. Done. That line gave me, this, and then this, these two, and also it gave me this, and this, I think. Don't think twice. Oh my god, that was fucking stupid. He did as the move. Oh, fuck. How many stories are there? 24 plus 25. Okay. And I have 8 of them. Shit. I'm gonna go make food. Ah, shit.
book's pages fluttered to the beginning once again. Faster than before, and he fell. The clouds parted over the Isles of Boreas. It was time to choose. The rebellion was in trouble. Ravens were scouting for the secret rebel base. They needed a game changer. Pieces of the Sky Ripper had surfaced. Reynardo knew that using it could go catastrophically wrong, but he was sure he could figure out how to use it safely. Also, a temple had risen out of empty desert. The Iblis Stone was hidden there. It was a dangerous artifact. It could corrupt its user into a bloodthirsty monster. Maybe he could find a way to use it, to take its power without surrendering to its wickedness. And also, his old friend Lupino needed rescuing. Of course, Reynardo had a pretty strong suspicion that Lupino had betrayed the rebellion, and he had a gut feeling that he needed to use that to his advantage.
Okay, you know what? I think I'm gonna get the Iblis Stone first.
The island was windswept desert. No one went there except ostriches and ostrich hunters.
The Iblis Stone. It would whisper promises in his ear, offer him power for blood. But this time, Reynardo was sure he could master it.
And so, Reynardo went ostrich hunting. Every child could sing verses about the Sky Ripper, but ancient codices held hints of other things. A stone that ate souls, a ruby that drank blood, a jewel only a righteous man could give away.
Were all these things the Iblis Stone? Long hidden in a buried temple? Another ancient item that was only resurfacing now? Drawn up from the deeps by the Emperor's horrific rituals? What was he doing here? Last time, the stone had fought him for possession of his own soul.
Oh, okay, there we go.
Cawing in frustration. They were still searching for a way in. Good. Then he hadn't come too late.
Oh, fuck me. Ah, come on.
He thought. Then, he found out.
God, I have little to no hope. I dashed into him. God damn it. Naruto noise.
Reynardo was remembering all his old tricks. And some new ones.
Please,
He
heals.
really ought
Thank
to ask for
you.
a raise.
I'm assuming every way is a good way. Oh, Commissar.
had to be some way to use the Iblis Stone. It was old, wasn't it? People are so much cleverer now. And Renato was pretty sure he was cleverer than most people.
There we go. Maxed stamina.
Oh, what does the fox say? Asked Swenray. Another one called back. Oh, I'm dying! And they both laughed hysterically.
Ow. Ass. What does the fox say? No,
The
no, no,
Ravens at least could not get past this point. Obviously, the temple builders knew how to deal with tomb raiders.
I have so much stamina.
Oh, they really ought to put a railing on this thing, he thought.
They really ought.
It was a stone of the purest blackness. It reflected no light, like a void made solid. Nervous, he picked it up. Who said that? It was the stone. Eager, thirsty. That seemed tempting and terribly wrong. Zenobia was the Emperor's greatest general and a potent witch. But they had been close once.
And he had a sneaking suspicion the gem would try to control him.
Why not capture the core of Sky Ripper instead?
We can do this
It was the
instead.
eye of a lost god
And if we do
torn
this
out by the
instead,
transcendent
we
Emperor
already
to
know what
power
path
his
we have to do,
greatest
and we don't
weapon.
have to do this instead.
Said the stone anxiously.
But even though Renato knew how evil the gem was, he had a clever plan for dealing with it.
Huh? Wait. A cover to... Huh. Let's do this one. I've
The
never done
gem
this one.
could give great power, but it was evil. But Renato had a plan. He would divide the stone into the power half and the evil half. He sought out the sage Calaveras.
Oh, you need a mirror of splitting.
Croaked Calaveras.
I can make one.
Calaveras set up various shiny things. And soon Renato was setting the stone down in the middle of Calaveras' lab. There was a flash, and now Renato was looking at himself. Except with a mustache, and a goatee and darker hair. There were two Iblis stones. One light, and one dark. Renato took the light one. He felt a rush of great power. Now I could defeat the Emperor. Wait a minute. Unfortunately, he couldn't think of any way to use it without hurting someone. That wouldn't be nice. Give me that, said his evil-looking twin. And he drew his sword. He only got it halfway out of the scabbard when he fainted from the effort. Obviously, neither weak, evil Renato nor powerful, nice Renato was any threat to the Empire. After the Emperor's victory, they were exhibited in a museum until time ended, which was soon after.
God
He
damn
tried
it!
something bold and paid the price for it.
Really? Really? Are you fucking with me? That was an ending.
Every child could sing verses of
Ah!
But ancient codices held
Are you
hints
kidding
of
me?
other things.
Ugh.
Stone that ate souls.
Of course it
that
backfired.
drank blood.
Fucking
A
ostrich.
jewel only a righteous man could give away.
Were all these things the Iblis stone?
Holy
Long
shit.
hidden in the
That
buried
was
temple.
not big.
Another
I
ancient
thought,
item
hey,
was
that'd
only
be cool.
resurfacing now.
You know,
Drawn up
that'd
from
be
the
cool.
deeps
You know,
by the
yeah, all
Emperor's
power,
horrific
white power. But
rituals.
then again, that means that, you know, it's all good power. Alright, I guess I'll just do the fucking get the.
You shall not pass.
Fuck me! Of course I'm
Ravens
such a stupid
were
idiot.
already here, cawing in frustration. They were still searching for a way in. Good. Then he hadn't come
Yeah,
too
let's use the
late.
Firestorm. Why not? There we go, that's a perfect one. Stupid suicide birds. I don't need this. I actually don't need it. Fastest way to it, I'm just not gonna take any doors. How about that? Actually, oh yeah, I can. Oh, what? Alright. Boink. 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 I think I should just hope for the best.
Open, says me.
Says me.
There had to be some way to use the Iblis stone. It was old, wasn't it? People were so much cleverer now. And Renato was pretty sure.
Oh god, this is so garbage. That is
The
so
Ravens
garbage.
at least could not get past this point. Obviously, the temple builders knew how to deal with Tomb Raiders. Renato wondered if it wasn't cheaper to build bridges and stairs.
You don't even have to do that. Okay, that's cool to know.
It was a stone.
Oh my god, that was
purest
fast.
blackness. It reflected no light, like a void made solid. Nervous, he picked it up.
Oh, he.
Who said that?
Oh, he.
It was the stone. Eager.
Okay. What if you had the part, the Sky Ripper part, and you, what's it
Seems
called?
tempting and
You pix it with the
terribly wrong.
Iblis stone. That'd be cool, wouldn't it?
Zenobia was the Emperor's
But
greatest
by then, if you get
general
that part,
and a potent witch.
they already gotten the
But they
Iblis
had
stone.
been close once.
And he had a sneaking suspicion the gem would try to control him.
Why not capture the core of Sky Ripper instead? It was the eye of a lost god torn out by the transcendent Emperor to power his greatest weapon. What's the core? Said the stone anxiously.
But even though Renato knew how evil the gem was, he had a clever plan for dealing
No,
with it.
no. Anything clever
The
is
stone
never gonna work
bothered him.
because you don't know how it's
He
gonna work.
hated being told what to do. Wasn't that why he joined the rebellion? Wasn't that why he'd refused to be a soldier? He'd agreed to come on board only if he could freelance.
The stone felt a bit clingy.
Cling.
And he had a feeling it did not have his best interests at heart. The sage Calaveras had told him where to find the Sky Ripper, a weapon capable of challenging the gods. Even without its armature, the core would still possess great power. He would go there.
The moment he landed the Farfarer, Reynardo had a rare feeling of regret. It's not too late, he thought. He could turn around and sail for Zenobia's island. He frowned. Wait a minute. He didn't want to kill Zenobia, did he? Sure, technically she was the enemy, but they'd been at Sword Fu school together. They'd never been lovers, but somehow they'd been closer. She'd told him every secret about herself. Except the biggest one. That she was the Emperor's daughter. No. Kill Zenobia, whispered the stone. Before it's too late.
Alright. Dun 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 dun. So long, Along-Z.
Sour in the air.
If it smells sour, there's
Like
a lot
the
of
earth had
sulfur.
ruptured over something that had been fermenting for a very long time.
Hey, who do I have to kill to get a drink around here? You? Okay.
The stone hadn't lied about what it could do for him. With each raven he cut down, he felt a jolt of power flowing into his arm. You're weak, whispered the stone. The core will kill you. Are you afraid of it? No, don't be ridiculous. It chuckled. You don't poison you so much as carry it, and then if you try to use it, it will explode catastrophically. Reynardo did not trust rocks that talked in his head. He went on.
Wow, that was fast. Holy
As he
shit.
approached the core, the stone became hysterical. No, it's too much power. We will rip a hole in space and time.
He had a sudden vision of plunging his gauntlet into the core and dying in anguish. That wasn't his vision, was it? The stone had sent him its darkest fears, hadn't it? He had a sudden impulse to do exactly that. He raised his right fist and plunged it into the core. There was a rush of light. He thought he could hear the stone screaming. And then he passed out.
When Reynardo came to, the core was gone. But the Iblis stone was no longer black, but glowing with a blue light.
And it was silent. "I can't hear you," he sang out, and "Yoo-hoo!" It didn't answer.
I can't hear you.
Ha!
And he sang out, Yoo-hoo!
He had
It didn't
defeated
answer.
the demonic gem with the power of his mind. He felt invincible. It was time to attack the Imperial outpost on the
invincible.
Nexus. Take the battle to the enemy. But among the huge crystals, there was also an observatory. A wise
Oh,
man would
fuck,
probably
this
ask
is
the
where the path
scientists
divides
exactly what he
again.
had first. How wise was he? As the
Okay,
Farfarer
let's do
made
this
its
one.
way toward the Nexus, Reynardo watched sparks fly out of the core. The Iblis stone sucked them in hungrily. You'd think the stone would want this kind of power, wouldn't it? Thought Reynardo. Well, the scientists would explain it all.
This time, Reynardo was sure he'd figured out how to use the core safely.
It's a truth, but it's a lie. Lie about the truth.
See? He'd trusted his gut, and it had worked out. That's what it meant to be a hero. To ignore the naysayers and the odd-makers, and do what you knew was right, and have it turn out to be the right thing. Well, he wasn't worried. Once he got to the observatory, the scientist Toads could explain it. Then he could carry the war into the enemy's camp and destroy them all. Oh dear, he was getting a little bloodthirsty, wasn't he? Renato had never felt better in his life. Normally, a battle would wear him down and he would need a night's sleep. Now he felt like he could go all night and all day. He felt like people were cheering him on, and he could practically hear their applause as he slew one raven after another.
I guess I'll need it anyways. It was this that I wanted. Oh, this is... Oh, yeah, this is the way. Yeah, I remember. And then a few more.
The Imperial fleet was closing in on the rebels, forcing them to come out and fight. Renato was itching to bring the fight to the enemy. He had to remind himself not to be too reckless. A very clever engineer named Elon Muskrat had got his start making floating platforms. Not many people knew that.
Wow. This game knew about Elon Musk before he got really, really popular.
Really?
Well, actually, I don't know. But there's a reference to Elon Musk, and this game was made in 2015.
How do you know when he got popular?
I don't know.
Like, is it something you memorized, or?
No.
Could be the new aerobics craze. Am I right?
I don't know how long I've been playing this game, but it's been so long. And I barely got like 9 out of the 25 endings.
I'm guessing around.
The toads at the observatory measured the stone with their occult device.
Probably right.
I
remember you started streaming when
explained Renato.
started
No
getting
more.
my back pop.
themselves. But the core is not an
I go to a Cairo. Oh, 4 hours. I mean, only 2 hours.
said one
so.
toad. Another said,
Yeah, we went.
There's
I
a
got
feedback loop
forced into a
which could
chiropractor.
overload stone. Yeah, the stone
Hurt-
doesn't actually
hurt
feed
a
on
lot.
souls,
Huh.
claimed the third.
but on pain of killing another sentient being. If you can truly be at peace with yourself, it would not overload.
This was all very confusing. At peace. Yes, the mountains were peaceful and quiet, but he now had the power to turn the tides. He should report to the Rebellion Council and prepare for the decisive battle.
Renato couldn't make sense of anything the toads said, and listening to them argue made him restless. The Iblis Stone had made him a power in his own right. The core had kicked the Iblis Stone out of his head by filling it with more power than it could eat. It was time to meet the leadership of the rebellion. It was time to go to the ruins where they had hidden their secret base.
He was ready for anything the Ravens could throw at him. His sword felt ready too. It seemed to know what he wanted most. He missed her. Not Zenobia. Hypatia, the kid's mother. Renato had never thought he'd date a librarian. He'd always figured himself for the barmaid type. But then, he'd never figured the library of Ubar would have comic books, or that Hypatia would know anything about them. He missed her. The Iblis Stone wasn't pestering him anymore. Good. He didn't want to chit-chat, not with anybody. He didn't want to think about Zenobia or Lapino. He just wanted to fight.
This was almost fun. Pain of killing another sentient being? What was that toad talking about anyway? He felt no pain, only pleasure as each filthy raven fell by his sword and the stone glowed brighter and brighter. And all the while, those voices were cheering him on, like he was in the arena, winning bout after bout. Ha! Bet you never saw that coming.
Okay, so I have one teammate, and my other teammate is just like itching his butt or something. He's doing everything but playing the game.
What are you playing right now?
Long stairs.
A Rocket League
So
Spike
he was
Rush.
close to the rebel base. He was on fire. So far, so good.
Like my teammate's doing everything but what you want. He's like,
He slew and slew across the ruins and into the labyrinth that hid the secret rebel base.
Yeah, my
He was
teammates-
surprised not to see any defenders or even any of the council toads. When he reached the council chambers, there were still no toads, only filthy ravens. Stop him! He's gone mad! One raven shouted until he had hacked them all down. There was not a single toad anywhere. No doubt they'd all been taken prisoner, so it was up to him to take revenge upon the Imperial fleet.
But where had they taken the council? It couldn't be good that the Empire had not only found the secret rebel base, but killed or captured everyone there. No matter. He was on a roll. He headed full speed towards the Imperial fleet. He would be the fox who took down 100 warships. He charged.
Uh-oh.
The Imperial fleet was huge and deadly, but
Fun,
he was
fun,
deadlier.
The crowd was cheering him on. He could practically hear it. Reynardo, the hero of the rebellion. There it was again. The back door to the portal that went to the center of the fleet.
oh my gosh.
As he slew his way across the fleet, Reynardo thought he could hear a small voice whispering in his ear.
Look at your gauntlet, you idiot, it said. Oh, for heaven's sake, he thought. Can't I be alone in my own head? Look at the stone. I'm busy, he told the voice. Talk later. It will be too late, cried the voice. Don't be so bloody thick. Piss off, he told the voice and kept up his slaying. There was a sign. Take the goat across first.
Wait, you take no damage. What the hell?
There was the Emperor. Renato cut down his elite guard. The exalted Toad cowered fearfully. He had sought to evade death and only made death come to him faster. Renato savored the moment. And then, too quick, it was over. He stood over the dead Emperor.
Death to tyranny! He shouted. Go, House, go! Zenobia stepped out of the shadows. You have to stop, she said. You've killed everyone. Our ravens, your rebels. You murdered the whole rebel council. What? Oh, the ravens killed the council. You big idiot. They don't even know what the secret base is. Shouted Lapino, who was with her for some reason. Look at the stone, said Zenobia. It was black as night. Blacker. But I fed it the core, said Renato. It was glowing. Well, who needs a core? He said, and he attacked. Zenobia conjured her best, and Lapino hopped around like a mad rabbit, but he killed them both easily. I am unstoppable, he orated at the blood-soaked walls. I alone shall be emperor. The tiny voice inside him screamed, that doesn't even sound like you big fanny. The stone has stolen your mind. But he ignored it. Who listens to voices in their heads anyway? Madmen, that's who.
Oh, again?
But he already had all the secrets he needed. He was sure of that. He must have not used them the right way. What was the best, worst mistake
do you know
he
why?
could make?
Do you know why my teammates sucked?
Why?
Probably trusting that
They were
traitor
Fortnite
Lapino.
players. They had the Fortnite pictures on their game.
Oh God.
Yeah, they were Fortniters.
Pages.
Oh
why.
God. They
Last time
played
before?
Yeah.
Fortnite. Ew. 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 Ew.
The
Ew.
clouds
Ew.
parted
Ew.
over the Isles of Boreas. It was
Like,
time to
sure,
choose.
Fortnite is like.
The rebellion
I
was in
have
trouble.
I have respect
Ravens
for
were
like players
scouting
who
for the
actually
secret rebel
know how to play
base.
Fortnite and everything.
They needed a
I
game
don't have
changer.
respect for the game
Pieces
itself.
of the Sky Ripper had surfaced.
Yeah, exactly. There you.
Renato knew that
I don't have
he was
respect. I don't have respect for the game, but I have respect for the players. Like
was
you see,
sure
like
he could figure out how
Ninja,
to use it
T-Fuel,
safely.
whatever his
Also,
gay
able
ass
to do all
name
that.
is.
Had risen out of empty desert.
But
The
they're
Iblis
good
stone
because
was
you know they
hidden
actually worked to have a good
It
you
was a
know
dangerous
spotlight and
artifact.
everything. They worked hard on
they
that
got
game.
it.
Corrupt its
But
user
But the
into a
game itself
bloodthirsty
is
monster.
complete shit.
Maybe
Exactly.
take its
So
power
when I
without
see like somebody
surrendering
who
to
like
its wickedness.
Fortnite, why are you
And
happy
also,
about playing this
His
game?
old friend Lapino needed rescuing.
Shit.
You know, some people, I guess some
Renato
people
had a
just like
pretty
playing
strong
whatever they play. I
suspicion
guess
that
I don't
Lapino
know.
had betrayed the rebellion, and he had a gut feeling that he needed to use that to his advantage.
I don't know what I want to go. I don't know. I need to go. Bum 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 bum.
The island was windswept desert. No one went there except ostriches and ostrich hunters. The Iblis stone. It would whisper promises
In
his
this spike game mode,
offering
it's so
powerful
hard
blood.
to score a goal for one
This
reason.
time,
The ball covers
was
like
sure
half
he
your
could master
screens.
it.
You have no idea
And
what's
so,
going on.
Ronaldo went ostrich hunting. Every child could sing verses about the Sky Ripper, but ancient codices held hints of other things. A stone that ate souls, a ruby that drank blood, a jewel only a righteous man could give away. Were all these things the Iblis stone? Long hidden in the buried temple, another ancient item that was only resurfacing now, drawn up from the deeps by the Emperor's horrific rituals?
Goodbye.
Say hi to gravity for me.
Oh, fuck me. That was not
Ravens
smart.
were already here, cawing in frustration. They were still searching for a way in. Good. Then he hadn't come too late.
I would love to use this fire sword, but it sucks ass. What am I gonna do? Burn them? Yeah, that's not gonna one-shot them. It's gonna burn them. And that was perfect. Alright, this part is easy. Just fucking go through it all. Yoink. 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 Oh. Yoink. 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 See, look at that. It's super easy.
There had to be some way to use the Iblis Stone. It was old, wasn't it? People are so much cleverer now. Renato was pretty sure he was cleverer than most people. The Ravens at least could not get past this point. Obviously, the temple.
See, I think it's like watching my teacher's computer melt as I send her like a 500 terabyte bomb.
Building these platforms was so
I saw that when I was laughing my ass off because I want to do that as well, but that's pretty mean.
I know. It's funny though. I kind of want. It's like something like, ooh, I should do that. But it's like,
at the same time, nah, that's just pure. That's mean.
It was a stone.
That's just pure like.
Purest blackness.
That's pure evil.
It reflected no light, like a void made solid.
Oh fuck me.
Nervous, he picked it up. Who said that? It was the stone. Eager, thirsty. That seemed tempting and terribly wrong. Zenobia was the Emperor's greatest general and a potent witch. But they had been close once, and he had a sneaking suspicion the gem would try to control him. Why not capture the core of Sky Ripper instead? It was the eye of a lost god torn out by the transcendent Emperor to power his greatest weapon. Not the core, said the stone anxiously. But even though Renato knew how evil the gem was, he had a clever plan for dealing with it.
I need to do the
stone
core.
bothered him.
Do all that stuff.
He hated being told what to do. Wasn't that why he joined the rebellion?
And then I'm gonna have to
Wasn't that
do
why he
2
refused to be
more
a
of the
soldier?
same shit.
He'd
Actually,
agreed to
no.
come on board only
Yes,
if he could
I'm gonna have to do the
freelance. The stone felt a
2
bit
more of the same
clingy,
shit again.
and he had a feeling it did not have his best interests at heart. The sage Calaveras had told him where to find the Sky Ripper, a weapon capable of challenging the gods. Even without its armature, the core would still possess great power. He would go there. The moment he landed the Farfarer, Renato had a rare feeling of regret. It's not too late, he thought.
Ah, this part is
He
easy.
turned around himself as Zenobia's island. He frowned. Wait a minute. He didn't want to kill Zenobia, did he? Sure, technically she was the enemy, but they'd been at Sword Fu school together. They'd never been lovers, but somehow they'd been closer. She'd told him every secret about herself. Except the biggest one. That she was the Emperor's daughter. No. Kill Zenobia, whispered the stone. There was something sour in the air. Like the earth had ruptured over something that had been fermenting for a very long time. Did force it go through another universe? If so, could the lost gods use one of them to return from exile? Oh, the thought made him shiver.
The stone hadn't lied about what it could do for him. With each raven he cut down, he felt a jolt of power flowing into his arm. "You're weak," whispered the stone. "The core will kill you." "Are you afraid of it?" "No, don't be ridiculous." It chuckled. "But it's stable. Poisonous and just carry it. And if you try to use it, it will explode catastrophically." Reynardo did not trust rocks that talked in his head. As he approached the core, the stone became hysterical. "No, it's too much power. We'll rip a hole in space and time." He had a sudden vision of plunging his gauntlet into the core and dying in anguish. That wasn't his vision, was it? The stone had sent him its darkest fears, hadn't it? He had a sudden impulse to do exactly that. He raised his right fist and plunged it into the core. There was a rush of light. He thought he could hear the stone screaming. And then he passed out. When Reynardo came to, the core was gone. But the Iblis stone was no longer black, but glowing with a blue light. And it was silent. "I can't hear you," he sang out, and "You?" It didn't answer. "Ha!" he said. He had defeated the demonic gem with the power of his mind. He felt invincible. It was time to attack the Imperial outpost on the Nexus. Take the battle to the enemy. But among the huge crystals, there was also an observatory. A wise man would probably ask the scientists exactly what he had first. How wise was he?
Alright, let's take the battle to the...
As the Farfarer sailed towards the Nexus, Reynardo wondered if the core had been created to silence the stone, or even to feed its hunger. Well, honestly, he didn't care. He felt terrific, and he appreciated the quiet inside his head. The Nexus was infested with ravens, but that didn't bother Reynardo. With each death, the converted Iblis stone in his gauntlets glowed brighter, and he felt stronger. Wow. He was getting a bit bloodthirsty, wasn't he? Well, he wasn't. He was a warrior. You're supposed to be bloodthirsty.
Kill all the ravens at the Imperial outpost. Okay. Fair enough. Will this lead to anywhere? Hopefully so.
Good on you!
This part is always confusing to where to go.
The core, absorbed in the stone, was doing its job perfectly. Reynardo could feel a little eldritch jolt every time he downed a raven, but then it flowed into the glowing stone the way water flows down a riverbed. It all felt perfectly natural, as if all his life, this was what he had been meant to do.
What the fuck was that? Why did my character do that?
Renato tore through the last remaining guards at the outpost like hot coffee
There
through
is no
snow.
passion.
There was a far speaker toad here. He called the council speaker. He knew she would be thrilled. And she was. She wanted him to come back to base. They had plans to discuss and a medal to give him. A large, golden medal. Great, said Renato. Let's talk about...
No, why is my teammate knocking it
Then
towards our
the
goal?
far speaker
Get
clicked
away
again.
from the goal. Oh no, that's not.
Hello, Renato. If you get sick of slaughtering second-rate birds in the Nexus, I'm waiting for you in the mountains.
Zenobia. She missed him. She loved him. Once she saw how awesome he'd become, maybe she'd join him. They'd kiss and... Well, if she did refuse for some reason, he was no match for him now.
Let's see. Should I get a medal or go to my girlfriend in this movie? In this game.
Metal, cause you ain't no simp.
Alright, I see ya. I see ya.
Was taunting him.
Yeah.
No doubt she hoped to lure him into a trap.
We gotta
Well,
get your
he
medal
was
first.
nobody's
then
sucker.
go to your girl.
Especially not hers. He carried victory in his gauntlet. He would go with a council point.
So what even is that game?
Huh? Oh, this game is, you know, the combat's very simple, but it's like it's a very old game, and there's a
he said,
25 endings, one true one, all 24.
Oh, so it's like an
either-
ending game.
Dancing.
Yeah, it's Stories Path of Destinies. It's in the
Stench
name.
of
It's a
ravens.
story where you have
It was a good
a
thing he was
shit
here
ton of
too,
destinies that
before
you
he
can
tripped over
find
the secret
out.
base.
That's cool.
He was really saving the council toad's bacon.
How much is it?
So to speak.
Huh? I don't know. I got this free for PS Plus like 4 years ago.
Oh wow.
Let's see. Dash to shields. Stunning dash. That'd be cool. But I think I'm gonna go for. Ah, fuck! I don't know what I've already gotten what I wanted. You know what? Screw it. I'm just gonna max out magic swords. Why not? Wow, I love how that works when I have the fucking ice sword on.
He thought about Hypatia. Oh, she'd been an amazing rabbit. She could talk to him about comics, and talk to her son about history and battles, and talk to scholars about the ancient tomes hidden deep in the vaults of the Library of Ubar. Oh, Renato really missed her. Renato had an artifact that made him practically a godlike warrior. All he had to do now was collect his medal, head for the Imperial fleet, and raise some hell.
Go, go, go.
See? Renato was a hero of the revolution. He deserved a medal. Soon, he deserved every medal they had, and hopefully one big medal ceremony in front of everybody with trumpets so everyone could know what he'd accomplished.
These things could really use a hand.
Oh, come on. I died to bullshit. Boom. 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 cool.
Long stairs. So he was close to the rebel base. Nothing was on fire. So far, so good. Inside the rebel base, Renato was invited to the council speaker's private chambers. So, this is the Iblis Stone? He said. I can feel its power. Renato told her how he had fed the core to the stone and made something even more useful than either. Crazy like a fox, she croaked. And Renato chuckled as if he'd never heard the joke before. We've given you the best quarters. And a bottle of Tantalonian firewater. All for you. So they'd remembered. He woke in the morning with the sweetest of hangovers. But the Iblis Stone was gone from his gauntlet. The corridors were empty, except for a few rebels who looked just as hungover as him. Come on, you'll miss the battle, they yelled. Renato added sail as the Farfarer scudded across the sky. Who could have taken the Iblis Stone? Was it some Imperial spy? He would find him, and kill him, and take the stone back. Renato had a bad taste in his mouth. He was killing ravens, but it wasn't fun. It felt like a chore. Oh, Renato hated chores. As a fox kid, he'd gone hungry rather than clean his room. He still didn't clean his room, he just moved house every few years. Who had the Iblis Stone anyway? Up ahead, he could hear screaming and croaking and cawing. But who was winning?
Might have some Overwatch low on it.
Oh, you fucking ass. Oh.
As he ran forward, Renato noticed that some ravens were starting to ignore him. Just running away. Who are they running from? Some hero of the revolution? If some other so-called hero of the revolution had the stone and tried to take his victory and his medals, Renato was going to be seriously pissed off. He was the hero, not some other mojo.
Welcome to Earth.
Renato told the corpses. It was something he'd seen in a play once.
Oh shit, that was horrible. I got pincered. 5v1.
They nerfed that.
Who?
You know the speed boost like effect, or the like in the mixed game mode. Remember like they give like speed boost.
In what?
Rocket League, or like you know like the mixed game mode, and like there's a thing like where it gives you a non-stop speed boost.
Oh, I thought you were talking
nerfed
about
it.
what's it called? Overwatch. It's like speed boost nerf. What? They're not gonna do that when Lucio is so garbage.
It never really got into play.
Finally, Renato came to the Emperor's ship. Zenobia lay dead in front of it. The ship was a wreck. Ravens lay dead, sprawled everywhere. Bloody feathers spattered across the deck and the dock. The council speaker came out. She was waving a sword around like a flag. "Look at me, Renato!" she croaked. The Iblis stone on the sword was black as coal. "Now I will be Empress, and all shall tremble before me," she croaked. So the stone had her. It was in her brain, whining for blood. "I'm afraid I can't allow that," said Renato, and moved to fight her. Toads are not usually good with swords. Something about the footwork. And the council speaker was not even a warrior. She was always tripping over things, which is quite an impressive achievement when you're a toad. Yet somehow, she was pressing Renato backwards as he desperately tried to keep her sword away from his throat. "Look, why don't you keep the stone?" he asked. "You deserve it." "Blood and souls for Iblis," she croaked. "Blood and souls." She got under his guard with her sword. It was just the tip. But sometimes just the tip is enough. He could feel his soul being sucked into the stone. As he died, he felt embarrassed more than anything else. Oh, again? But he already had all the secrets he needed. He was sure of that. He must have not used them the right way. What was the best, worst mistake he could make?
Oh my
Probably
god, I
trusting
did
that
so
fate of
many!
Latino.
Holy fuck! What time is it? Oh my god. Should I do one? I think I could do one more.
The book's pages fluttered
I'll
to
do
the
one
beginning
more.
once again.
And that is
Faster than before?
number 15.
The
Chap
clouds
ending.
parted over
No.
the Isles of Boreas.
15? No.
It was time to choose.
Ending 17.
The rebellion was in trouble.
Still.
Ravens
Hopefully
were
it's that one.
scouting for the secret rebel base. They needed a game changer.
They needed a
Pieces
game
of the
changer.
Sky Ripper had surfaced. Renato knew that using it could go catastrophically wrong. But he was sure he could figure out how to use it safely. Also, a temple had risen out of empty desert. The Iblis stone was hidden there. It was a dangerous artifact. It could corrupt its user into a bloodthirsty monster.
I know
Maybe
that, but the
could find
purpose
a way to
is to
use it.
find all of these
To take
endings.
its power without surrendering to its wickedness. And also, his old friend Lapino needed rescuing. Of course, Renato had a pretty strong suspicion that Lapino had betrayed the rebellion. And he had a gut feeling that he needed to use that to his advantage. The island was windswept desert. No one went there except ostriches and ostrich hunters. The Iblis stone. It would whisper promises in his ear, offer him power for blood. But this time, Renato was sure he could master it. And so, Renato went ostrich hunting. Every child could sing verses about the Sky Ripper, but ancient codices held hints of other things.
Alright,
Stone
this
that
should
ate
be
souls.
very fast.
A
1,
ruby
2,
that
3.
drank blood. A jewel only a righteous man could give away.
Were all these things the Iblis stone? long hidden in a buried temple. Another ancient item that was only resurfacing now. Drawn up from the deeps by the Emperor's horrific rituals.
Shall we dance? Nice. Good, the lead, Raven.
I am a fucking idiot!
Raven,
Why do I keep on doing that?
cawing in frustration.
What'd you do?
I keep on attacking the suicide guy. And like, when you attack him once, he gets in a stage where he's gonna blow up. You're supposed to run away from it. And I keep on using my dash ability to go near him again. Oh, wrong sword.
Oh, now you spell even worse.
Fuck. I didn't know he was attacking me that way. One, two, three, four, 5, 6, 7, 8.
1, 2, 7.
As for the gate, well, you could take her or leave her. Sorry. It's best I could do. Could not get past this point. Obviously, the temple builders knew how to deal with tomb raiders. Reynardo hated cannon traps. Also, who reloaded these things anyway? He never figured that part out. It was a stone of the purest blackness. It reflected no light, like a void made solid. Nervous, he picked it up. Who said that? It was the stone. Eager, thirsty. That seemed tempting and terribly wrong. Zenobia was the Emperor's greatest general and a potent witch. But they had been close once, and he had a sneaking suspicion the gem would try to control him. Why not capture the core of Skyripper instead? It was the eye of a lost god, torn out by the transcendent Emperor to power his greatest weapon. "What's the core?" said the stone anxiously. But even though Reynardo knew how evil the gem was, he had a clever plan for dealing with it. The stone bothered him. He hated being told what to do. Wasn't that why he joined the rebellion? Wasn't that why he'd refused to be a soldier? He'd agreed to come on board only if he could freelance. The stone felt a bit clingy, and he had a feeling it did not have his best interests at heart. The sage Calaveras had told him where to find the Skyripper, a weapon capable of challenging the gods. Even without its armature, the core would still possess great power. He would go there. The moment he landed the Farfarer, Reynardo had a rare feeling of regret. It's not too late, he thought. He could turn around himself for Zenobia's island. He frowned. Wait a minute.
He didn't want to kill Zenobia, did he? Sure, technically she was the enemy, but they'd been at Sword Fu School together. They'd never been lovers.
I just need to fight
somehow
two stages,
they'd been
and that is the
closer.
most simplest thing ever.
She told him every secret about
when getting the
herself,
core.
except the biggest one, that she was the Emperor's daughter. There was something sour in the air. Like the earth had ruptured over something that had been fermenting for a very long time. A portal to an unknown destination. Yeah, I bet it's totally safe. The stone hadn't lied about what it could do for him. With each raven he cut down, he felt a jolt of power flowing into his arm. "You're weak," whispered the stone. "The core will kill you. Are you afraid of it?" "Don't be ridiculous," it chuckled. "It's poisonous. I just carry it. And if you try to use it, it will explode catastrophically." Reynardo did not trust rocks that talked in his head. He went onwards. As he approached the core, the stone became hysterical. "No, it's too much power. We'll rip a hole in space and time." He had a sudden vision of plunging his gauntlet into the core and dying in anguish. That wasn't his vision, was it? The stone had sent him its darkest fears, hadn't it? He had a sudden impulse to do exactly that. He raised his right fist and plunged it into the core. There was a rush of light. He thought he could hear the stone screaming. And then he passed out. When Reynardo came to, the core was gone. But the Iblis stone was no longer black, but glowing with a blue light. And it was silent. "I can't hear you," he sang out, and "You?" It didn't answer. "Ha!" he said. He had defeated the demonic gem with the power of his mind. He felt invincible. It was time to attack the Imperial outpost on the Nexus. Take the battle to the enemy. But among the huge crystals, there was also an observatory. A wise man would probably ask the scientists exactly what he had first. How wise was he? As the Farfarer sailed towards the Nexus, Reynardo wondered if the core had been created to silence the stone, or even to feed its hunger. Well, honestly, he didn't care. He felt terrific, and he appreciated the quiet inside his head. The Nexus was infested with ravens, but that didn't bother Reynardo. With each death, the converted Iblis stone in his gauntlets glowed brighter, and he felt stronger. Wow. He was getting a bit bloodthirsty, wasn't he? Well, he wasn't worried. He was a warrior. They're supposed to be bloodthirsty.
I'll play some Cold War, I guess, because, you know, I got that hands for it.
Wakanda forever! Ah! What a troll.
The core, absorbed in the stone, was doing its job perfectly. Reynardo could feel a little eldritch jolt every time he downed a raven, but then it flowed into the glowing stone the way water flows down a riverbed. It all felt perfectly natural, as if all his life, this was what he had been meant to do.
I guess bananas just don't
Renato
open it.
tore through the last remaining guards at the outpost like
Just
hot
I am.
coffee
This
through
is my
snow.
second banana
There was
in
a
a row where I
fast
just
speaker
cannot
code
open
here.
it.
He
A
called the
banana?
fast speaker.
Yeah,
He knew
bananas.
she would be thrilled.
Like you just
And
peel
she
the
was.
top and it comes
Your
off.
second?
Back to base. They had plans to discuss.
Yeah, 2 times
and
in a
medal
row.
to give him. A
Your
large
second banana you've ever
golden
had?
medal. Great.
No, not second
said
banana I've
Renato.
ever had. Like second
talk
time I've
about
opened
who
one
else I
2
can
times
kill.
in a row.
Oh,
The
okay,
fast
okay,
speaker
okay.
croaked again.
Fucking
Hello,
nerd.
Renato. He said.
It's probably too.
If you
It's
get
probably
sick
too.
of
It's not
slaughtering
ripe enough.
second-rate birds in the Nexus, I'm waiting for you in the mountains.
Zenobia. She missed him. She loved him. Once she saw how awesome he'd become, maybe she'd join him.
Sure, big.
Kiss and well, if she did refuse for some
Got the
reason,
added Alcatraz.
he was no match for him now.
Zenobia was taunting him. No doubt she hoped to lure him into a trap, but it didn't matter, did it? He could fight his way out of any trap. He was invincible. This was gonna be fun.
They really did it for him, didn't they?
What?
So where
Oh,
was
this one
this
YouTuber
ambush?
kept asking for a
Renato
raid
couldn't wait.
24/7. Now they
At
added
Sword
it.
Fu school, she'd always studied a little
Raid to
harder,
what?
practiced a little longer.
You know the map
complained.
raid?
Really a lot less.
Right.
And then she'd become a sorceress.
Oh, I'm playing.
He'd always known he'd have to take
Oh,
her
it's a
by
map.
surprise or not.
Then I.
But this would be a surprise.
You ever play Black Ops 2?
Yeah. Yeah, a tiny bit.
Huh. Then I think you'd know raid if you saw it.
Renato had learned so much. It was time to turn it into something he could use.
Is Minecraft on sale right now?
No. Still 20.
Yeah, I thought you said it was before, so I was just wondering. Like, I don't think.
Okay, I'm just gonna go on top of here. Why not? Maybe it'll lead me somewhere.
The mountain paths were infested with ravens. That was swell. Every time he cut one down, the stone glowed a little brighter.
In fact, everything glowed a little brighter. Look how white the snow was. And how very blue the raven blood was.
Seriously, where was she? He wanted to try his new strength against hers.
Okay, how did he fail to kill kill me when he had a shotgun? Yeah, he was right there.
What? Instantly.
What was the point of this gate? Did they think no one would notice the lever? Renato felt antsy. He found a source of great power. But instead of joining with the rebels, he was on
Okay,
a
Max
fool's errand
Head's
the
overpowered.
Emperor's daughter had sent him on. The rebels were preparing a last-ditch attack against the Imperial fleet, counting on Renato to show up in time. Would he be too late?
At the end of the path, was Zenobia. I thought you were going to ambush me, he said, a little put out. I owe you better than that.
I know how you feel about me, love. You want to join up with me, don't you? You got to admit, we'd make a great team.
Of all the arrogant, ham-handed, half-assed, half-witted... Oh, come on.
What else you here for?
That, she said, as a dropship poured a bucket of green liquid on his head. Drowsy gas. You can't stop me with drowsy gas, Zenobia. My power's too strong. Zenobia? Where was she?
When he awoke, he was staring up at the sky. Zenobia looked down at him, brooding.
I probably ought to kill you, but that'd be a bit tawdry, wouldn't it? She was tossing the glowing stone from paw to paw. This is pretty.
Zenobia!
He shouted, and then he fell back into sleep. On the Farfarer, Renato drank his favorite headache remedy. But it did no good. Zenobia had beaten him again. Oh, he really should have listened to the Iblastone in the first place instead of messing around with the core. He had a bad feeling about the upcoming fight. But what kind of hero misses the final battle?
Please. How long has this stream been going? I've been just playing this game.
I think it stopped streaming.
Renato was
Really?
bruised and tired.
There's no limit
Yeah.
to how much
Wasn't
you can
looking forward
stream.
to killing ravens. Didn't even seem scary. It felt like a
I should
chore,
start streaming on
like
Twitch
sleeping in
instead.
the practice room at Swordsmith
Because, you know,
School,
YouTube
which
is not a
he'd done
great
his
streaming
best to leave for
service. It's
Zenobia.
just good streaming service, but it's not the
What
greatest.
would you do with the glowing Iblastone?
Which is faster this way?
That should terrify him, shouldn't it? But he just felt dumb and stupid as he carved his way towards probable doom. Barely landed a claw on him.
Huh? Okay, there we go. I get in, and then I shall steal your mother. What time is it? It is 7. Holy shit.
My time is 8. I gotta get back to
22,000 more XP.
You guys? Everything.
It was all so unfair. He'd wanted to protect himself, protect the world from the Iblastone's hunger for blood and souls. And all he'd done is get mugged. Next time he owned a supernatural artifact that wanted tribute, he'd serve it champagne and caviar.
Danced around the room yelling, oh yeah, that's how we do it. Something he liked to do, but only after he killed all the witnesses.
Zenobia was cleaning blood off her sword and weeping. It's so hungry. I can't stop killing, she said. But I fed it the core of the Sky Ripper, and now it's hungry again. She wept. It was true. The Iblistone was black again, a void that seemed to suck all the light out of the sky. Take it from me, Renato, while you still can. Okay. I'll take it, he said. Yes, he thought. This is what it means to be a hero. To save the soul of even his old enemy when it looked like all was lost. He stepped forward to accept the sword from her outstretched hand. She flipped the sword, and the blade went into his gut. As the Iblistone sucked his soul into its infinite darkness, he could vaguely hear a voice, something like Zenobia's chuckle. Sucker. Oh, again? But he already had all the secrets he needed. He was sure of that. He must have not used them the right way. What was the best, worst mistake he could make? Probably trusting that traitor Lapino.
2 more stories. Shit. Yeah.
Only 2 left?
No, for this one section. I'm trying to complete the Truth of the Iblistone. And there's 6 endings about it. And I have 4 of them. There's 4 truths in this game. Like, Lapino is a traitor. Zenobia has feelings. Iblistone will corrupt you, and the Sky Ripper is unstable. So I'm just trying to get all of the endings right now before I do the final ending.
Oh, okay.
Oh shit.
The book's pages fluttered to the beginning once again. Faster than before?
Alright, I think I'm gonna stop streaming.